drop when she come around. I feel my breath to stop in my lungs now. She's turning everything upside down and the inside out. Well, I'm just trying to ride it out. I sit back, the pressure's dropping now. Hold tight, she's under a lightning. I sit back and fall right back to sleep. Hold tight, she's under a lightning. Pressure's dropping now. Hold tight, she's under a lightning. I sit back and fall right back to sleep. Hold tight, she's under a lightning. I sit tight, she's under a lightning. Hold tight, she's under a lightning. Pressure's dropping now. Hold tight, she's under a lightning. I sit back and fall right back to sleep. Hold tight, she's under a lightning. I sit tight, she's under a lightning. Hold tight, she's under a lightning. She's a rain dance, rolling thunder. She's a waving, she's about to pull me under. She got everybody looking so shook, from the president to the common crook. I feel the pressure drop when she come around. I feel my breath to stop in
I hate all of you so much.
I
I
love
forgot
you.
you
I love.
clipped that.
Fuck. Hi everybody. I'm Odin. It's D&D night, baby. For y'all, it's Monday or whenever you're watching this. Happy to see y'all. We're getting back to episode 3 of The Quest for a Golden Age and the cast.
So I play Zaros, or I mean, I'm Tofu. I play Zaros, and he's a artificer and slowly transitioning into another class.
He
Hi,
hopes.
I'm Guts Taylor, and I play Tenchi Hanamura, a human fighter. Uh, he is a terrible person, and I love it.
I am Emrock, and I play Shax, who is also a fighter.
Fighty boys. Fighty boys.
No,
Alright.
notably a less terrible person, though.
Yeah, he's a really good dude, actually. Tenchi's just kind of a shitbag, honestly.
Yes, and I made him that way, and I love it.
Hey, play
All
your characters how
things
you
in
make them.
balance, as they should be.
True that, true that. Alright, so, last we left our potential heroes, they had entered the Feywild at last. And with the guidance of the cool demeanored and pleasant Caleb, you were then brought to the Gromley Brothers compound, where you watched a Frankenstein monster situation as they brought back to life, or brought to life, a being who seemed to not know who he was or recall his name, for he had never had a name, as you were educated and came to discover that he is the same kind of creature as Caleb and Felicity. Though seeming human, they possess unnatural abilities. And then Valden Gromley brought the plans of war to your attention. With that, you were entrusted with a seed or an egg, kind of a weird mix of the two. It was referred to as both things. You're not sure what you have. And with that, you
Yeah.
were then welcomed to the celebration of life for the Squad Mercy, who had been slain by an enemy of the Iron Flank Commandos. And in this time of mourning and celebration, a just bittersweet time, you were alerted to the presence of Nolan Whitecrest and a small entourage that accompanied him. Tenchi, you overheard half of a conversation that has put a bit of a fear in your belly that there are things wrong on the other side, that things have gone kind of tits up, and it's made you nervous. And you expressed your nerves to Shax, and he tried to calm you and assure you that as a squad you would figure this out. The three of you would get through this, it would be fine. And Zaros, you shared a moment in time with Nolan, where he gave you a book on Dunamancy. And with your dedication and a little bit of prodding from him, you were able to achieve another step in your magical journey. And with that, in the midst of this celebration of life, this bittersweet moment of mourning and sharing love, we reconvene at the table of Valden. And the the three you have so aptly named Alpha Squad of Aegis, Atlas, and Arctic, the feisty, angry halfling who also made you aware that Osiris yet lives in the material plane and has been the puppet master of many different events. What are y'all doing?
I can't remember. Did we wrap up where me and Shax had just finished our conversation, or had we split and he gone back to the table?
You had both headed back to the table, Shax encouraging you to speak to Valden and maybe voice your plans and see if you could rally support from members of the Iron Flank Commandos to help in this journey.
Gotcha. All right, so we're heading back to the table. After witnessing, or sorry, not witnessing, but listening to the God of War in our heads.
Yes.
Kind of hesitant to go over to the table.
Yeah.
Unknown threats and all that jazz, regardless if they're threats or not. So I will let Shax lead back to the table.
Alright,
Yep,
alright.
Jax was happy enough to go back. These are interesting people to be around. He believes there is something to be learned from such powerful, maybe allies.
Okay. As you make your way back, they're just deep in conversations. Arctic, the halfling, is just bottoms-upping a fucking flagon of some type of alcohol. He, as you caught the gist of him last time, he is maybe not an angry fella, but very aggressive in some kinds of ways. And you're catching the gist now that there might be a reason. He may be incredibly intoxicated.
A little bit tipsy.
Yes.
Slightly.
Emphasis on little, lol.
Atlas and Aegis are deep in conversation. It seems pretty intense and quiet. Their heads are almost touching as they speak to each other. And Valden is just eating and drinking and chatting with Zaros.
Yeah.
How do you all proceed? Do you just strike up? You gonna go in and say something to Valden now, or just kind of meld in and just chill?
Tenchi always prefers the subtle approach, so he'll just kind of like blend in, see how the conversation is, see what people are talking about, kind of ease into it. Not just, hey, can I talk to you, and like grab him and go away somewhere, because that's super suspicious.
Jax doesn't think this is the appropriate time to be having those conversations, so he would rather wait till the celebration portion of this is coming to a close, or like tomorrow or something like that, to have a conversation with the squads and try to gather some support if that's necessary.
Got you. I would say that you are aware tomorrow is the funeral for Mercy Squad.
Alright, we're supposed to leave tomorrow too.
Yep.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
In the morning.
We'll talk to him tonight. Just not this second.
Okay. And as you saunter up to the table, I say, speaking with Zaros, and just, oh, I told you, no one's a great man. And see, gives you a book. You're going to be well off. He's a wonderful teacher.
Yes, so you've already given it a skim, and it's quite captivating.
Keep it close to your chest. Nose down, study hard. I have seen many under his employ excel, and he gestures to the Genasi pair at the center of the room, making essentially an entire firework light show with flames together. Basically all he says. If you guys are going to approach him now, elsewise the festivities kind of just continue. People get drunker, more and more stories about Mercy Squad, and turns into multiple toasts throughout the room, just praising their different accomplishments and their personalities. It's a celebration of life. You guys feel kind of out of place here because you have no idea who they were, and a lot of the stuff people are talking about, it's stuff to do with the Feywild and missions they'd had here, so you're just kind of
names and creatures that we don't know, and just
exactly locations
did this
you've
thing
never
for this
heard of.
thing about this here, and it's like we know none of it. Hey, yeah, raise the glass, keep drinking.
Yep. And it goes on for hours. Like, you came in here kind of like late afternoon, and now like sun has set and people are still going. The automatons and a few humanoids are serving food and drinks, and the Iron Flanks are just inebriated for the most part. Tenchi, I will say, based on earlier with how hard were clocking everything, Caleb still just lying in a
Controlling.
cage, just kind of
Yep.
back and forth, isn't eating, isn't drinking, is being merry and chatting, but is
But
just
kind of observing everything.
yes,
Was doing what I was doing, just
not discreetly.
yeah,
Yeah, there's no attempt to hide it at all.
right. He's just obviously keeping focus on everything.
Mhm.
I get that. You're like strongest military forces entirely drunk, literally all of them. You need somebody to keep watch.
Yes.
You know,
I would say though, at a certain point throughout the night, you notice Felicity is not present, and neither is the freshly born individual.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. I'll try to find a time when the merriment's going on, and I'm sorry, I keep forgetting the name of the Gromley brother that's been sitting with us.
Valden.
Valden. Find a point where Valden seems not preoccupied with conversation, people pulling him different directions, and kind of go over. May we speak for a moment? And I'll kind of like gesture to a corner of the room.
Of course, of course. And he stands up, waist high on you, and
Mm-hmm.
walks beside you over to the indicated corner.
Okay.
Shax, are you coming along?
No. He trusts Tenchi to have this handled. He instead is going to keep the others occupied, and I'm sure in the midst of them telling stories about Mercy and everything, there are a few of them where it's like, okay, like, that was an interesting story. I want details about, like, how this happened. Basically asking, like, especially, like, Aegis and Atlas, and maybe Arctic, if he's not being too much of an asshole. Like, okay, like, you said they did this. How the hell did they pull that off? Like, I want details on that kind of thing.
Okay.
Basically
They
prompting them
oblige
to
happily.
tell exactly, keeping them a little bit distracted and telling some interesting stories, and hoping to learn some in the process about like the kind of stuff that these guys pull off. We're a team of 3 too, team of 3 also, and hearing other teams of 3 who are
That's
very
great
good
shit.
at being trio squads and what they do. Shax is glad to learn from some of those situations, circumstances.
Dope. All right. Tenchi.
Me sipping my powerfully watered down food. Like
Still just
He is
nursing
too.
the same ale you got at the beginning of the night.
oh yeah, and no one can tell because everyone's passing ales around this entire time, and it's just going all over the place, and everybody's drunk. I'm just sipping on the same one. I'm probably 1/4 into it at this point.
Okay.
Like it's a slow drink. Quarter of a cup in 2 hours.
Gotcha.
Not to be that person, but I did hear a bit of your conversation with Mr. Whitecrest. Only your side of it, obviously. But time is of the essence, is what I gathered. I care for my party, but they are conspicuous. Because that is not their job to be inconspicuous. And I also have ways of traversing that I do not believe I can bring them along with. What if I told you that if I could get my hands on the seed, the egg, and leave tonight, I could get it to where it needs to be in half the time?
He's quiet for like a solid 10-15 seconds. Just kind of looking at you. And he says, Speed is important, yes. But there is, and he gestures around the hall. Yes. There is strength in number, and I find 3 to be a very good number. You should trust in your friends. It may take longer, but they can keep you safe, and you can keep them safe, and in such, accomplish your task. There is inherent risk in trying to do things alone.
Well, that leads me to my other point. They both have reasons to stay. One has family here, one has a future here. I only have reasons to go. If you are willing to send someone with me who is as adept in blending in as I am, I would not say no. But I know that the group that I have, mighty as it is in combat, is not the best in subterfuge and stealth, which is what is needed to get it where it needs to go, deep within Redguard territory. We do not want to be at the tail end of our journey and have it all go tits up, as they say.
You make a fair point, Tenchi. I wish I could spare anybody, but the iron flank is all I have, and none of them can leave you now, especially as we have already lost a squad of our people.
And I am sorry for that. Maybe Whitecrest.
Whitecrest's people are not adept in the art of subterfuge, as you have said. Far from it.
Then it leads me back to me being the best option.
I cannot advise it. Trust in your friends. But please, tonight, drink, rest, be merry with us. Tomorrow we will mourn, and you and your friends can be on your way and bring us a new light tomorrow.
I appreciate your knowledge and your history.
And
I'll
he
let him
kind
get
of
back to it.
claps you on the forearm and
Yeah.
heads back towards the table as well.
I'll let him head back to the table. I'll continue doing my rounds.
Okay.
Kind of looking around, seeing what's happening.
Alright. Anybody else looking to accomplish anything during these festivities? Elsewise, it's just gonna roll on.
No, I think Zaros is kind of just like mostly chatting with everyone, and he's not drinking like a whole lot. Like he's having a couple cups, getting a little buzzed, and maybe a little bit more. But eventually, once it starts to get like a little bit later, he's gonna just head off to a room that they're given and start reading.
Okay. So you have a couple drinks. Shax, you are prompting more information and stories out of the different squad members that are around. And Tenchi, you kind of shift and move through nursing your drink. And the night winds on, and you are all eventually led to a room in the barracks that is attached to this building. This building's huge. And there's just an empty, really bare room, and every room is set up for 3 people. And it is, just very, very threadbare. You open the door, there's 3 nightstands, 3 beds with footlockers, oil lamps next to the bed, and that's all. There's like simple cotton sheets and a single pillow and everything. This is a barracks. But you are given the room and bid goodnight by just one of the servants or employees, whatever you want to call it. And at different levels of intoxication and feeling however you're feeling. You can read, and you all can do whatever you'd like before a long rest.
I think Shax probably sticks around for as long as there are people there and partying and telling stories and everything. He's not drinking very much. That's not his thing. He does not like to be inebriated. But he wants to hear as much as he can get out of these people. He finds their experience very interesting and very worthwhile, from the lowest on the totem pole all the way up to Aegis and his crew. It's just he's very interested in learning what they've been through, what they have to offer, and especially their stories of what Mercy went through, and learning from their mistakes and being in awe at their crazy luck and their victories and all that kind of stuff. So he's probably not rolling in until there's very few people left in the mess hall.
I would say the last people, as they filter out, Aegis and Atlas stay. Arctic eventually is just passed the fuck out. And
Amazing.
Valden literally just picks him up and carries him out. You did notice that though he drank and ate and was merry, Valden seems stone cold sober. But like like he was partaking heavily, but he just seems unaffected.
Monk.
I mean,
Aren't they dwarves?
they're dwarves.
Well,
Yeah.
high-level monks can be immune to poison.
Nope, not a
literally-
monk. Not a monk. He is
That's
They're all artificers in some kind of way. No, he's just seemingly unaffected by the alcohol. Atlas and Aegis talk for a good long while. The conversation when you first came in, you noticed, like yours and Tenchi's, you can see their mouths moving, but you hear nothing.
Yeah.
And it seemed like an intense conversation. And eventually that lifted, you could hear them again, and it was drinking and being merry with the rest. But now it's probably about pushing close to 11:30, midnight. And yourself, Aegis, Atlas, and then there's the two Genasi's, and then the big half-orc that bear-hugged the Genasi when he breathed the fire last time. And there's one fella just sitting on a table with his feet on the benches around it. Just a human male, just kind of like sallow skin, black hair. He's just kind of watching the two as they play with fire and talk, and for the most part, besides him, everybody else is drunk. There's a few people passed out on tables, but that is all that's there. And eventually they start to filter away as well.
After
Yeah,
it's a
once-
Viking night of drinking, like half the people are passed out at their table.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once it comes down to like it is sparse for who is still conscious and willing to talk. He's not sticking around. Like I'm sure there are people here who want to have relatively private conversations, and it's like, okay, like at that point, Shax is willing to dip out once he knows that once he feels more like an outsider than just someone there who's inquiring, then he'll peace out. So
Leading up to that, I mean,
Understanding
they
that.
all happily fed into like whatever. Like there was at no point where they were like, "Listen, that's enough." Like anytime you prompted anything, it was happily discussed. They talked about how you guys took down a Demilich. Oh shit, that's badass. Mercy Squad took down a I don't know what it would be called, but like a family of griffins one time that were harrying a village to the south, like a whole nest. I don't know. Whatever.
Murder.
Gaggle.
I don't think no.
Griffin
Those are
gaggle.
crows.
Gaggle.
I know they're crows.
A
but
gaggle of griffins.
a gaggle of griffins.
I think it's probably like a flock. Maybe it's a pride, because Griffins are like half lion or whatever.
They're part lion.
Yeah,
so.
Pride of Griffins, going with it. Took down a Pride of Griffins that had kind of turned savage and were hunting villagers in the south, and they were. You got the feel that they are an accomplished squad of people. Even, and what impresses you is Zaros had made mention that the Iron Flank Commandos descended in skill based on their letter. So this squad was halfway through the ranking, essentially, and still formidable.
Yep. Cool.
Yes. But yeah, eventually it dies down and it's just those 6 people that remain conscious.
Yeah. At that point, Shax will go to the quarters, and it being late as it is, he will wind down and try to get some rest before what he is expecting is going to be an early morning to be able to prepare for the day ahead.
Okay. You return to the barracks room. Zaros, Tenchi, you guys doing anything? Reading, chilling?
No. I'm probably just reading until like late, like pretty late, probably like 2 a.m. But he knows, like, have to get up decently early in the morning, so he's not going to stay up too late.
Okay. I'd say reading that far in is gonna.
Okay, well, I will read long enough to where, like, I'm not gonna exhaust myself and I'll get enough sleep, since we know that we're supposed to be leaving early in the morning to go take the egg back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd say Shax, 11:30 midnight. You one of the automatons at this point, because the human servers have disappeared or gone off to bed. One of the automatons brings you to the allocated room you've been given, and as you enter, you find Zaros is reading in bed, but like has the book up and is like starting to slip away, but like is still like, I gotta read. And Tenchi, you just going to bed, or are you doing anything?
I'd probably sit down first, like when I first head back, clean my sword real quick, and then I'll bed down. But I am staying awake.
Okay. So, with that, you all are welcome to take a long rest, Jax, unless you'd like to do anything once you've entered the room with your squad.
No. Bedding down. Again, tomorrow's going to be a heck of a day.
Okay.
Need to get as much rest as possible. Shax does not need as much rest as others, so he knew he could get away with being awake a little bit longer, but...
I wait till both of them are asleep. Then I get up, and I steal the egg.
Bastard.
Okay. Let's stealth check for 1. This is gonna be against their. Does your passive perception work while you're sleeping?
I think that still technically.
I don't sleep. Can I roll perception?
You don't sleep, but you
surroundings. I'm aware of my surroundings at all times.
Yeah.
He's a pure blood elf. That is how that works. They don't actually sleep; they meditate.
Let me read on that. Hold on.
God damn it.
You can put a disadvantage or something if you want, because technically I have my helmet on the entire time I'm sleeping.
I've snuck up on Shax before.
Yeah, you are likely to pass this. I don't think I have very good perception. I'm pretty sure you have good stealth.
Yeah.
Well, see, it's weird because it says you don't sleep, but you meditate semi-consciously for 4 hours, and you eventually start to dream in a way.
I have control over the dreams, and I can relive memories.
You just lucid? That's so broken.
Yeah, it's meditation. It's meditation.
Son of a bitch.
Let's say you also have keen senses.
Yeah.
So stealth versus Shax. Make a perception check. Shit, yeah. I'll say at disadvantage because you do have your helmet on.
Okay. not good already. So.
Okay. That is.
Oh, no, that was bad.
That's. Wait, did I do that right? Yeah. 23.
Fuck. Okay. Shax.
Jax cannot hear anything over the snoring reverberating inside of his own helmet.
Snores even though he doesn't actually sleep. That's your meditative breathing, just a deep snore.
It's just deep snoring.
Yes. The sound of the breathing reverberating off the helmet actually helps to lull me. You'll find that occasionally during fights you'll actually hear Shax like what sounds like snoring to help calm himself down during a long fight.
I love it.
That's great.
And yeah,
okay.
So yeah,
he hears nothing.
I am the knight.
All right.
And I am stealing the egg.
Zaros.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the bag of holding? Because that's where the egg is.
Yeah, the bag would be
I assume by your bed.
probably
'cause
by
I
my
don't
bed,
think
like
it's
and like
sleeping.
the end of my bed.
Okay.
Well, I went to sleep at like some point, probably like 1 a.m. or midnight ish, depending on.
Oh yeah, Tenchi would have waited for you to actually fall asleep.
Yeah, I imagine he would have.
Oh, yeah.
Bastard.
Okay.
Oh yeah, of course.
So
He's killed people in their sleep before. He understands when they're actually asleep or not. Come on.
with that, you're able to sneak over to Zaros' bed, reach your hand into the bag of holding. Now I believe it's an intelligence check because you're reaching into a bag of holding that is not yours.
Is that how that works?
I think so. You have to.
I
think
thought if you
it
knew-
might be an
if you-
investigation. Investigation, yeah. You have to
Okay,
try and define it because it's not your bag.
It's not my.
The
bag,
other
but I do
option
know
is
the
to
item.
dump it out. No,
Oh, I'm
he's
not
got
doing
other
that.
stuff in there.
No, but I know the item I'm looking for.
Is that how that works? I thought if it
thought that-
wasn't
I thought that's how it
yours, you had to make a check.
I don't remember. If I'm
Just
perfectly honest.
give me an investigation check.
Okay, I can do that.
If you feel something bite you, don't struggle.
What is my investigation? Investigation. Oh, my investigation is a +4, so dirty 20.
Easy enough. You reach your hand in, and it's weird because you've reached into bags before, but your arm just goes into empty space, and then suddenly you just feel the warm metal just appear in your hand. You're able to pull it out, and there's the egg.
I want to pull out of my pocket a little parcel of paper that I had pre-written stuff on, and I will leave it if there's a bedside table in here.
Yeah, each bed has a bedside table.
I will set it beside Zaros' bedside table,
Okay.
and I'm out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You head out of the room. Where are you going?
I'm going to. That's my camera. What he freaks out. No, I'm just gonna be fuzzy. There it is. There it goes. Do I remember where I last saw Caleb?
Last time you saw Caleb was in the dining hall. He was there when you were escorted out.
Okay. I'm obviously gonna grab my pack, grab my stuff. I'm gonna hide the egg in my pack just to make sure I'm not just footballing this thing down the hallway. And I'm going to hopefully keeping the same stealth roll, try to see if I can on my way out of the building find Caleb.
Okay. And the dining hall is how you entered the building, so it's the only exit you know of. So you head back to the dining hall and through the hallways, and once you get there, and you see people passed out all over the place. Aegis and Atlas are no longer there, but the vibrant red and like magenta Genasi and the human are still there, just talking intensely, but they're both sitting cross-legged on top of their table that they were at originally, and just conversing. Neither of them seem to notice you.
Okay.
But you don't see Caleb.
Okay. I will try to casually make my way out.
Okay. Quietly steal your way out the door. No issue. And you know, heading back straight across, there is the domed building that is the Gromley's actual workshop. And just on the other side of that, you know, there's the small outcropped building that holds the teleportation circle.
Yep. Yeah, I'll start heading that way, keeping my eyes out. Anyone around me, anyone sees me, and if I see Caleb, I want to head that direction.
Okay, roll a perception check to see if you can see Caleb.
That's not as great. What is my perception? That's a flat 10.
Yeah, no, you do not see Caleb.
I'll keep heading towards the teleportation.
Okay. You head that way, and you open the door, and you notice that this door also has the same wolf head doorknob. And you notice as you grip it, it's actually warm to the touch. Oddly enough.
Probably enough.
But you turn the handle and step inside, and it's the low blue lights and the raised dais that is the etched teleportation circle with the like podium-like gem set, just like the one in Whitecrest's estate.
Yep.
And as you step forward, you hear, "I expected you." And standing in the corner, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, is Caleb.
You're not going to believe this, but I was actually looking for you on my way out.
Where are you?
I know that sounds like a cop-out, but I promise you it's not.
Alright. Tell me, Tenchi. What are you doing?
Finishing the jump. And I would like your help.
My help. You have companions.
I have companions that have better things to be doing than following a dead man on borrowed time. I could use your assistance getting back.
Well, roll me a persuasion check. I know you're so good at these.
So yeah, I'm so good at persuasion. Before I even roll this, yeah, flat roll.
Good.
I get no bonuses from that for this. Come on. It's a 15. This is not terrible.
Okay. Okay.
It's not bad for a flat roll.
He looks at you. Yes. You're an ally. I could forcibly stop you if I wanted to. But I don't think that's a good idea. And you'll die in the forest if I leave you, so.
That's why I was looking for you.
Right. Let's go.
I give a deep bow. Thank you.
And he steps up onto the teleportation circle. And yep, once you do, he beam me up, Scotty. Smacks the raised crystal, and you both teleport and appear in the identical room in Whitecrest Estate. He leads you out. No sign of the tiefling butler. He's probably sleeping. It's fucking late.
It's fucking late. That old guy is probably exhausted.
Yes.
Just generally.
And as you exit the tower, windmill, you notice that as soon as you touch the ground, even for you, your footfalls become silent.
Pass without a trace.
Yes.
Nice. I love that spell.
And once the two of you exit the far-reaching estate and reach into the woods, Caleb summons the stone slab again, and you both, not quite silently now, but still
Right.
very quiet, glide through the woods at a brisk pace, back towards the Feywild's equivalent of Star Mountain. And then we're gonna pan back towards daybreak. Zaros and Shax, you awaken
Yep.
to a empty bed between you. You're muted, buddy.
Ah, Tenchi must be ready to eat. Or Tenchi must be off to get breakfast already.
He is always the first one up. Well, let us get ready. We must go home.
Eat.
Zaros, as you
Yep.
step, or flip your legs out of bed, you notice a folded piece of parchment on the bedside table addressed to you.
Okay. I see it. I'll open it up. Read it. Read it to myself at first.
I'm sending you the letter.
Okay.
Jax puts on the rest of his armor over his heart-stamped boxers.
Yes, I love it. It's so good.
Tell me there's like Spike from Tom and Jerry just holding the bone across the ass cheeks.
Well, that fucking bitch.
Who are we talking about?
I hold the letter in my hand. Tenchi has pulled another one of his tricks.
Yeah.
He has taken the egg.
The egg.
The
thing
egg
that we're all supposed to bring
back home.
together.
He says he's taking it to the gentleman, but
The demon, not Critical Role.
shit.
Don't get me wrong.
Copyright infringement. Fuck.
Don't get me wrong. They're very similar.
Inspired
No.
by,
Yeah,
obviously, but
obviously. Oh, also in Zaros, in the letter is one of the horns, and then a very, very, very old painting of what looks like Tenchi, a shorter woman of the same ethnicity, and a small child.
silence.
Just trying to think of. Well, quite honestly, I don't know what to do now. We were supposed to take this.
We were supposed to do it together,
Mm-hmm.
but I do not believe we will have much success in chasing him down. If he makes it through back to the material plane, we will not be able to find him before he is already gone. At the same time, I don't think he means to truly betray us. He has very good reason to complete this mission. I believe he believes he is doing what is right. Whether it pans out for him, I am not sure. But I do not believe this is him fully betraying us. That being said, I can find Volden and let him know. Maybe also Caleb. If he is lost in the woods, sounds like this place is far from paradise. There are creatures here. And stop Tenchi.
Yes, I agree. We should Let somebody know at least.
Come. We shall sort this out, then breakfast.
All right. So you all exit the room and head back through the hallways and end up in the mess hall. And you can see there's still a few people passed out, but now there's a few awake and what seem to be hungover individuals, and a few servers. But what you do notice, the sallow-skinned human and the Genasi are still present and sitting where Tenchi left them, but you don't know that, cross-legged on top of a table. But there are a few Iron Flank commandos walking around and just kind of placing their hands on all the people that are awake, and you watch just a warm aura spread over them, and the people who are like, ugh, just kind of prompt up, thank you, just lots of thanks, and you get the gist that these are cleric or healing individuals, essentially just hitting them with lesser restorations or healing spells and
Gosh.
poofing the hangovers away.
That's
Amazing.
I wish.
Nice.
I need, if I ever go into a like fantasy world, I'm getting that spell specifically for that.
Well, it's important and worth the resource because these, like you said, this is the military force, and giving them a knight is one thing, but you can fight when you're drunk. You ever try to fight when you're hungover?
Yeah.
Everything's so much louder.
Yes. But you don't see any of the Grumley siblings here.
None of the automatons, not automatons, but like Caleb and his ilk.
Caleb is not present, and neither is Felicity or the unnamed gentleman. No.
Okay.
Cool.
Head for the area that we met them, the big forge room.
Okay. Step outside, and the sun has. It's probably like 8 a.m. And you head over to the entrance spoke of the forge chambers. And there is already the sound of crafting happening. Hammers on metal, machines whirring, and voices going. And as you step inside, it is right back to the bustle of when you entered the afternoon before, just like a news reporter pit. Like there is just commotion. Automatons heading back and forth, humanoids, and the things that are flying around, like literally, like looks like drones, just moving, essentially like moving like missives and things like that. And you see, as you enter, Genevieve is working the forge, and Valden is in the chamber directly across from you. You can see him sitting at what looks like a lathe, and just bent over his work.
Yeah. Walk over to him. He's been kind of the head of all of this so far, so he should probably be the first one to hear the news. And he might know where Caleb is too.
Valden, good morning.
Hello, Shax. Sleep well?
Yes. Perhaps too well. Did not notice the bump in the night of Tenchi leaving.
I see.
And from that, I wonder if you know what he left with.
I do. He had voiced concern last night, claiming that he believed he could move faster on his own, but I advised him to trust in his companions. Safety in
Apparently
numbers.
we are not trustworthy.
Should I worry about that?
Depends if you think Tenchi was trustworthy.
He seemed benevolent in his decisions. He did not seem to wish ill. And Caleb certainly took a draw to him.
That is the hope. Caleb seemed the observant sort. I hope he was able to guide him through this side at least.
Guide him.
It is not a short ways back to where the portal is on this side. If Tenchi were to do that alone, seems peaceful enough, but we had Caleb at our side the whole way. Any sort of thing could have befallen Tenchi that he is not familiar with here. Once he is back to the other side, I have more hope that Tenchi is able to make it to where he intends. He's familiar with much of the material plane, especially in the populated areas. But this, here he knows nothing.
Well, then stands up and like rolls his shoulders, as he was still standing over the lathe, kind of like working while you were talking, and walks over to the other side of this triangular chamber, and you see there is like those like tables that hold candles that have just like rows and rows of them. There's a table with cylinders on it, and on top of each one is a small oval stone, and each one has a different rune carved into it. And he picks one up. There's probably about 20 there. Yes. Caleb, my dear boy, did you take Tenchi through the Feywilds? And he just kind of holds it and waits a second. Alright. Thank you for letting me know. We will discuss this later. And then he puts the stone back down.
Whoops.
I got somebody in trouble.
It seems Caleb did, in fact, guide your friend through the forests. And he has already left through the portal. Caleb saw him through it.
Well, perhaps that is for the better. This was Tenchi's intention. I believe you are correct that he still means to complete the mission, though he has apparently little faith in us to be able to complete it together. He has all the reason to go through with the rest of it. And I am glad that he had Caleb's help to be able to get that far. Is there any way we will know if the recipient receives the stone?
Oh, we will know.
Good.
And Osiris will definitely communicate before time is done. We need to make sure everybody is on the ship before he gets the party started.
As it were. Well, perhaps this is not what we planned, but if Tenchi does do as he intends, this may put us in a better spot.
Yes.
Time will tell.
Be good to have Shax aboard one of our fighting vessels.
Will I be a figurehead? I believe this armor would make an excellent figurehead.
Strap him
We
to the
could work something out.
Excellent.
Well, it seems that your day is free now. We were just trying to get some early morning work in. Time is precious and short. The funeral is
Indeed.
about midday. Please, go, eat, and you do not need to come to the funeral. There is no need for you to be there if you don't wish, but you are welcome, of course. But after that is done, we can speak, discuss if you wish to stay. Time is strange here compared to the other side, so you may be able to take in the sights, as it were.
Excellent. Thank you for your time, and I'm sure we will meet later.
Yes, yes. You, lad, stay with me a while.
Oh, me? Sorry,
Yes.
I just like he's been like listening but reading his book the entire time.
Yes, he is pointing to you. Yes, Zaros, you stay a while.
Shax turns around to go get some food, and as he walks by, he puts a hand on Zaros' shoulder, and like not in like a painful way, but it's a fairly like tight, gauntleted grasp on your shoulder. He just looks. The helmet looks down at you and just says,
Please don't leave me.
and walks on.
Oh, great! I gave Shax abandonment issues.
Yep, you apparently did.
Consequences of your actions.
I gave him a complex. Fuck.
So Valdin gestures over to. It looks like a lathe, big metal that has the whole cylindrical thing and set into it. As you step up, you realize what looks very similar to something that you've come across already. This is clearly like the skeleton of a magic staff. And he essentially just starts asking you for your input on crafting it, because he is weaving magic. You are watching a very fine-tuned form of what you have done before, imbuing objects with magic, but this is it, and you know, like, this is on a master level.
Yeah.
Yes. What do you think that this should become? What speaks to you? And it is the staff is made of bronze and silver metals, just kind of swirling and molding together, and based in where you see like a hand would go, it's actually like a divoted down, like gripped part, and then it leads up to a small indent that would clearly hold a gem once it's complete. What speaks to you? What do you think this should be?
Zaros is just gonna, he'll like close his book very just like spine, just like snap it closed, like tuck it away. And he'll take a moment just like looking, like trying to feel the core of this staff, and trying to feel like if it has any certain way it wants to be kind of created and imbued with, and if not, then like, you know, can go many ways. But you know, some items definitely do want to be formed a certain way.
Okay, I like it. Go ahead and roll me either an Arcana or an Insight check.
Let's see, it is gonna definitely be Arcana. Okay. 23.
Jesus. As this staff just sits before you, and you reach forward with your mind, your magic, whatever it is, that innate part of you that just has always looked into inanimate objects and been able to assign them power. You get this strange, sluggish sensation. Just the world seems to slow down around you. And that's it. Time. Dunamancy. That is
Yep.
what this desires to be.
Okay, so that's what I'll say. It's definitely the core wants to be blended with Dunamancy and time, and I feel more specifically in either the acceleration or the deacceleration of time itself.
You have such a sharp eye. You sure I cannot convince you to stay away from Nolan and pursue our craft? You have such a gift for it.
It has been such a savior of mine, but I think especially with what we are attempting to do, and especially with the aftermath, there will be so many people that will need teaching, and they will need instructors, and I need to learn myself if I want to be a leader amongst them.
You are wise beyond your years, Zaros. And he turns, and his foot kind of starts pumping a pedal that begins to spin the lathe again. And you watch, he does the same, like rolls up. His sleeves are already rolled up, but he just pushes them back, and
Done that.
just muscular, corded, just like Italian hairy forearms just reach forward, and he starts to weave along the length of this staff. And you watch this like flowing script. It's like watching a LED light show of like music lines pour out of his hands and wrap around the staff, and it sets in, and the bronze swirl of the metal tarnishes and turns black. It becomes a onyx and silver staff. It was, yes, Dunamancy indeed. Thank you, Zaros. I need to see. I don't think I'll be able to complete this today, but well on its way. This should be a good one.
I'll just kind of bow my head. If you need me, I believe I will be in my room. Kind of like I just lift up the book a little bit, doing some study.
Enjoy.
And I'll turn around, just head back to the room.
All right. As you get back to your room, this voice just kind of sounds off in your head. We should be out doing something instead of sitting here.
I'll kind of having suspicion of where it's coming from. I'll speak back to it in my mind. Patience. We will have plenty of action soon.
I hope so. I've been sleeping for a long time. I'm fucking bored. And then the voice goes quiet.
Cool.
Alright. Shaxi Poo, what you doing?
Jax is after some breakfast. He's not sure what's gonna happen with, like, anything now, but he's got a rumbly tummy, and he wants to go get some food to at least figure that part out.
Oh yeah. If we hadn't eaten yet, Saros would probably have gone to get breakfast too.
Okay, you had to pass through the dining hall, so.
Yeah, I figured we had eaten and then went to go find him, but I'll go eat with Shax, and I'll let him know his little Zaros boy isn't gonna leave him.
Good. Quell the
I
abandonment.
appreciate it. Jax appreciates it.
It is not a delightful meal, but just kind of lightly flavored oatmeal, toast, just basic things that'll keep for a while. Again, this is very military operation-esque area. Last night, lots and lots of good food, but you could say that was...
Hey, I don't know. In the Air
Special
Force, we
occasion.
get all good food all the time.
Well, nope. I'm gonna keep my mouth polite. Keep my mouth polite. Anyway, you're all able to eat, filling, satisfying, though not entirely delicious meal.
Yep.
And Ironflint Commandos filter in, grab their grub. You watch more cleric work heal and alleviate their hangovers, and then eventually they all start to filter out, and the hours pass by, and it is decidedly time for the funeral. You were able to attend or stay back, your decision.
I don't think Shax wants to get involved with that. He spent a good portion of the day before learning about Mercy and about the rest of the squads and all that kind of stuff, and he has an appreciation for who they were and everything they went through, but he doesn't feel like he is as welcomed as they are.
Mhm.
This is not their place.
I think Zaros will attend.
Okay.
Yeah, he especially feels like this is like history in the making, especially reading so much on like the squadrons and the Gromley brothers, like actually being able to see it for real is such a like it is like a dream come true. So he will attend.
Okay. So you head out of the dining hall barracks building and set to the south. Essentially, there's like a cliff drop because you guys are up on a plateau. And you did not see them earlier, but as you step towards this cliff edge where everybody is, you then can see the fleet of ships. The 3 full-size like warship galleons, hundreds of feet long, tens of feet wide, frigates and skiffs and small boats, just all up in massive automatons, still loading, working. Like there's weld sparks happening. Just it is a construction zone. It's like watching like air carriers being loaded and worked on at the same time.
Is it like the scene in the Clone Wars? Not the Clone Wars, but the second Star Wars, where it's like the fleet of like
Essentially, but there's no soldiers. It's just those ships just being loaded with supplies by automatons. All the soldiers are here in front of you, clad in black.
yeah.
And there are 3 large funeral pyres set up with black shroud wrapped bodies placed atop it. And there's no seating, everybody is standing, but clearly at attention. Groups of 3 just set, slightly spaced apart in like 4 rows. And the Gromley siblings each stand and recount and honor Mercy Squad. And I didn't prepare a speech because that's way too emotional for me to handle at the moment.
Fair.
But as it seems to come to a close, Valden steps up. He was the first to speak, and he steps up again. And says, normally in a circumstance like this, the leaders of the Iron Flank would light the pyres. And he gestures to Aegis, Atlas, and Arctic. And the incredibly fired up Arctic from the night before is very calm, subdued, and just almost pensive. But in this case, I think an exception must be made. Bronze Squad, please, if you would, come and light the pyres of your comrades. Send them to their final rest. And the 3 individuals standing just to the left of Aegis, Atlas, and Arctic step forward. I'm going to keep calling them that because you never asked their name. The squad name, you just dubbed them Alpha Squad, which was not their name, but whatever.
They are the A-team. Duh.
I mean, duh. And the 3 step forward, and they each stand in front of one of the pyres, and the Salaskin human and the half-orc each lift up a torch that is in like the braziers off to the side. And before they get to light them, the Genasi who's in the center falls to their knees and screams out just like they did before, and their whole body emulates into flame, and the hands spring out and the mouth jets flames. So there's 3 fountains of flames pouring from this individual that strike up all 3 pyres at once, and they just kind of put their hands on the ground, and the flames just sort of continue to smolder on their body, just steam billowing off. And the pyres go up, and all the commandos drop to one knee, bow their heads.
Yeah, Zaros would probably just follow their lead, and he would drop to a knee and he would bow his head out of just respect.
With that, they all stay for a while, but eventually people begin to stand, and you hear, different things. Back to war. Gotta honor them the right way now. It's been done. Gotta move on. Lots of just different little, everybody dealing with their grief in their own way. Yeah, I would say in all the history you have read about the Gromley siblings, you had never read of a squad dying, ever.
Yeah.
Like, this is 200 some odd years after they've disappeared, and Aegis, Atlas, and Arctic were, that's who they were. So this is, as you said, history in the making.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody starts to filter away. Some start to head down towards the massive fleet. Others just head back to the barracks, and everything disperses.
He'd probably just head back to his room, continue reading, studying.
All right, Shax, what you doing, homie?
I'm not sure Shax knows what to do. He has no hope of catching up with Tenchi. He has there's the mission is complete. Whether it's a success or a failure is out of his hands now, but the mission is complete. I think he's kind of torn as to whether he needs to go back now and prepare for war on that side where he's familiar with things, or if he should stay here and help with the effort of getting things ready. He could help, like, get materials together and that kind of stuff, but he's not a very crafty person. That is not his forte.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who are here do not seem to need a whole lot of training, at least not the level that he can provide. They seem very well off in terms of their who they have to train them.
You could seek training.
Yeah.
You can seek training, but, like, I don't know if that's what Shax wants, is training. I think he wants to be involved. And whether he is fighting the fight or whether he is helping people to get away from the fight, he needs to be doing something. Shax is too much of an action person. So I think he is going to, probably throughout their funeral and that kind of stuff, he's probably spent most of the time pacing, trying to figure out, like, what the hell he's supposed to be doing. And once the funeral is done and things have kind of come back to a little bit of normalcy, he'll check in with Valden and see if he and his siblings are back in their crafting area.
Okay. I would say the return of Zaros signals to you that the funeral has passed. As Zaros enters the dining hall, where I assume you're pacing, unless you're pacing in your bedroom.
I'm pacing the bedroom, yeah.
Okay, so Zaros opens the door and appears.
How was the funeral? That seems insensitive. But how was it?
Well, it was a funeral, so, but it was quite something.
Okay.
You should have seen the fire gymnastics. They were quite interesting.
They were impressive last night.
Yes, very similar.
I imagine now that we are free of our mission, I suppose, you'll be seeking more training from Nolan in the siblings, the Gromley siblings.
Well, I kind of hold up the book. This is kind of all the training that Nolan can provide for now. The area of expertise that I am trying to seek, he personally doesn't know much about it. And this is all he has. So for now, I am reading and studying what I can, while then also going to experiment myself.
Understood.
But I do think we should maybe talk to Valdin about what our plan is now, because originally we were supposed to be taking the egg, but now that we're not, what do we do when the shit hits the fan?
And what do we do in between?
Exactly.
You have plenty to practice, it seems, but I'm somewhere I don't know, with nothing to do now. I could use some guidance. Come, let's go see Volden or his siblings are back in the forge area. And if they have any guidance as to what we should be doing in the meantime. And yes, once things hit the fan, I expect if I am still here, I will be aboard one of those ships doing whatever needs to be done. But I do not know if that must be your destiny.
I will be with you, don't worry. I plan on going back to our plane one way or another eventually. As much as here is very interesting, I want
You
to
have
go.
your bell.
What?
Your
Giselle, yes.
yes. I
That's
wasn't sure if girlfriend was an appropriate term, but yes.
I don't know exactly
Shax is
what
so
we
old
are,
school.
but you know, we're
He is like 300 years old. Dude. Yeah,
Your
he's
bell,
old school.
like that's deep old South, baby. I love it.
But at a minimum, I care about what is happening to our plane, and it is why I am on this mission to begin with. So I will be going home and eradicating the Red Guard if that's what it takes.
I like that. Come, let us go see what we can do to that end.
And Shax, I want you to know, I will be with you until the end if that's what it takes.
He laughs a little bit.
I was mostly joking earlier. Where your path takes you, it will take you. I wish for more notice than what Tenchi gave us.
Hug me, brother.
I know
the
you're
nature of an elf to not have friends for their entire life.
I am aware
You must do
you're
what you must
mostly
do.
joking, but at the same time, I would consider you probably one of the better friends I have ever had in my life. Simply with the travels and the adventures and the dangers we have been on already, let alone what is to come. And it means a lot to me. And I would not abandon someone so close to me.
I wouldn't do it. Some people would.
Some people
I
might.
wouldn't do it. Oh, Shax puts his arm on your closer shoulder, and like this time it is more of a gentle thing, a measured thing. He says,
I am honored to be such a friend, and I consider you the same. Come, let us go see what we can accomplish together.
Okay. That was all adorable, by the way.
Powerfully.
So you exit your barracks chamber, head out through the dining hall, and head back towards the Gromley's center building where they are doing all their crafting, the forge room. As you enter, it is back to the bustling activity. It seems that they take no time to rest. They have a mission. And you can see that this time Valden is by the center dais again, having an animated discussion with a female Genasi. And you hear him go, I'm so sorry, Jem, but there is no commandos that I can spare for this at the time. I know it is important to you, and I'm sure it would be a wonderful thing down the road. But war is on the horizon. I pray you understand. None can be spared. And as you walk up, he goes, but you two gentlemen, you found yourselves suddenly with nothing to do.
For the most part.
Shax looks at Zaros.
I think our next mission just found us.
Yeah, I think our answer was answered.
Yes. Well,
That's not
you've been abandoned by a dear friend. Is dear the right word? A companion. He was an interesting individual.
Abandoned is right, though. You were definitely right about that.
It's all right. But Jem here is looking for some aid in a mission of her own. Jem, please speak with these gentlemen. They may be able to help. And
Role is.
Death, if you could please describe what we see.
So you would recognize this individual as the
Another abandoner!
liar! You turned her against me.
Oh, Shax, baby, your trauma is showing.
I recognize anywhere someone who walk out to get milk and never come back.
Ooh, hey, you can't say that to somebody who's actually got daddy issues. Fuck out of here.
You're right. Okay.
Like Shax doesn't have daddy issues.
No.
I more so meant Death.
Shax dealt with his daddy issues. Quite literally.
Yeah, Shax literally
Dealt
fought his daddy
with
issues.
his daddy issues.
Got to duke that out, man. Feeling
Oh,
all
gosh.
better now.
If only it were so easy, right?
Right?
Oh,
They just rise from the grave and you just beat the living shit out of them. Just get it on.
Oh.
I mean, we can make that happen. Just ask.
What is this fire?
You know a lich somewhere?
get out. Okay, back to Genasi, please. Fuck me.
Oh, good. Okay, so you would recognize this individual as the second fire genasi that was there consoling the Bronzer Squad fire genasi. Also, you would have realized off the rip when they first walked into the dining hall with Whitecrest. You see a dark-skinned female with dark hair that is a long braid that comes down and over the right shoulder, going like partially down the chest. The hair goes from a dark, like blackish brown to a blue, and it looks like the blue is slightly moving in the hair. They are wearing what looks like a think of like a power suit. with black and dark blue accents throughout it, with what is it? Tall boots, and when they move, you hear like a jingle, and Shax would immediately recognize this as armor, like shifting metal against each other, but you don't see any armor. You just see the suit. But you hear the telltale sound of somebody who has a fair amount of armor underneath them.
Like
On
chainmail
them.
kind of
like
thing.
like chainmail or like scale mail or something along those lines that gives that kind
Okay.
of jingling sensation when they move.
Okay.
Looks at both of you, gives you a quizzical up and down. But are you sure you can't loan me any of the Iron Commandos?
Jim,
It seems we no longer have a mission. All right.
Jim, I wish I could. I wish I could. I do. But they are all pressed for time. We must deal with the situation. Because things are rapidly approaching, as you know.
Yes, I understand how this is all coming about. I appreciate your consideration. Turns back around, collects herself, smiles. Hello, I'm Jem. And you are...
Shax.
I am Zerdos.
Alright. I guess you're free. Yes?
More than yesterday, yes.
Yes, as of now, not much to do.
Fantastic. You're coming with me.
So we are.
Okay, what is it we are doing?
We need to go investigate some ruins. I am a
Okay.
researcher by nature, and there are some interesting ruins that we need to take a look at that are, and looks back over, pressing. But if you're willing to help, then let's go.
I sense some tension. Yeah, yes.
Perfect. I'm glad that this is sorted. Good luck, Jem. Have a wonderful day. Good luck on your research, dear. Shax, Zaros, have fun. It's good. Enjoy the Feywild while you can. I check back in a few weeks and I'll give you an update.
Look at the time. Fuck off.
And he turns and like moves.
Wait,
Before you go,
Yes, Jem.
I walk up closer to him. Just keep an eye on Jewel for me while I'm gone, please. He's been taking this very rough, as you could tell.
Jewel will be okay. I swear.
Quick question, Lindo. Valden, sorry, wrong person. Isn't the infiltration shit supposed to happen in like a day or so?
Oh, my boy. Time is different here. It will move how it will move. I will get word to you the moment we know things need to move. I just said move
It
way too
will
many
also take time for Tenchi to reach the city. He will have it happen faster than if we were not using his method, but it will still take time.
Yes, the way things shift across planes is abnormal. So I would say you have a week at least. I hope.
This entire conversation, Jem's eyes are wide. They're not from here.
No, but they're capable. Good luck. And he
What did... Well... this should be fun.
Fully capable.
We will see.
Damn.
Fully
Well-
operational.
battle station.
So, what is it about these ruins that are pressing?
They are primordial in nature. I study, in the simplest terms possible, fire. Uh,
Simple terms are good.
I kind of got the gist of that.
Yes. He can use more complicated terms, but for conciseness sake, simple terms.
I will keep that in mind. Fantastic. Well, we have a little bit of a journey on our hands, and the ship won't be ready for some time. Let's head. Let's head to the city. Wait, where have you gone? Have you been here? Have you been anywhere besides here?
Not really.
On
We,
this plane,
we came through the Porto. We went to a farm in the States, and then we came here.
All right. So you haven't seen anywhere. Okay, that's fine. We're going to head to the city. We need to get provisions, supplies, things that we may need for the journey, and the ship won't be ready for some time. So let's do that, shall we?
we shall.
Ship is how you're going to get to this. The city's a week out unless you take the ship, in which case it's
Right,
about a
right,
day's
this-
travel. Your ship
right,
would
right,
not
right.
be prepared for like a journey though, but this is like
This is back
a
and forth.
commute to
Right, right,
Boston.
Right, right, right. Well, we can take the ship over to the city, we can get supplies, and then from there, the ship may need some time to get ready. And then we can head out. But, let me show you the city. This is going to be fun.
Shax, wasn't
Tourists.
there someone in the city that you wanted to talk to, anyways?
It depends on what city we're going to.
The only city that matters anywhere on this side of the Feywild.
And I believe so, yes.
Fantastic.
Well, let's go.
I start marching off.
All
As
right.
as I pass both of you, you start seeing like a red tufts of fur behind my braid, peeking out sometimes and then going back.
Interesting.
Yep.
Blocked. Noted.
Noted.
Following.
What?
All right. So Jem now marches you guys back out and down towards, like down the paths that lead to the large cleared area that houses the fleet. And off to one side there is a essentially like a scaffolding dock that is just platforms and ladders and stairs and ropes, and there is a small skiff tied up. And Jem, please describe your ship to the party.
So you will see a 24-foot long, 8-foot wide skiff, deep blue paint with like across the edges of the ship, the railing, what I don't know what the term for it is, but like the section of wood that goes down the middle underneath the ship.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that's called. And like certain parts of the mast, are all barked, curved wood. Still seeming to be alive in some sense because you see some leaves pop out in random locations off of the wood. You see on the deck, it's pretty bare. There's a very small, what looks like captain's quarters. A mast that goes up and kind of curves, and with a triangle sail that kind of leans towards the back of the ship. And the helm is squarely on top of the captain's quarters in the back. It is very interesting looking. And
That's what I was going to say.
very fey, I guess.
Well, this is astonishing.
Oh, thank you. That's my personal vessel. Captain!
Yes, my lady.
We will be departing soon. If you could get ready.
And kind of like swinging up from a part of the scaffolding is a human male with sandy blonde hair, um, splash of freckles across the cheeks that blends into really dark, dark circles under his eyes. Looks like this dude hasn't slept in weeks.
Oh,
He's kind of got a like a ripped and tattered duster jacket made of like a brown leather, um, and you see a strap across the chest holding bullets, and there is a lever action rifle slung over his back, and a pistol on his hip, and a cutlass on the other side of his hip. Yes, of course, my lady. Of course, we'll be ready to go within the hour.
Much appreciated. Get some rest. You look terrible.
Of course, my lady. Of course, I will do that with haste. With haste.
I'll hurry up and sleep.
And he then kind of like hops up and climbs the scaffolding and then moves over and you Tane, come on Tane, and Ansem, get off your ass. My lady wants to move, we need to move quick as we can, come on. And it is a small vessel, so within the hour is his standard response to you always, but the ship is ready within 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
And you watch a half-elven male just wearing a sleeveless vest and very loose flowing pants that are actually tucked into his leather boots hop back out over the edge of the small vessel and start untying. He goes, "Milady, we're ready."
Fantastic. Fantastic. All aboard. And I gesture to both of you to hop on the ship.
Just get on this strange ship with this strange woman. Bye.
Is this a waterborne ship, or is this like
This is an airship. It is
It's a
floating
sky-
out above you. You are up on like 20-foot tall scaffolding, and
Yeah.
the ship is just level with you.
That's what I had gathered, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
this is a first. You ever been on one of these, Zoros?
No, this is something I've read about before the Red Guard. They were something new that was being invented for travel, but because of the no magic, they were not able to recreate them.
Shame that.
Turn around. Don't worry, it's nothing like a ship. Continues on, explaining absolutely nothing from that.
Well,
Well, that's helpful.
I guess we'll have something to do before we depart back to the material plane.
Indeed. Well, after you.
I will take a hesitant step on board, but yeah, I'll go.
Okay. As you both hop on, the half elf kind of swings the rope over their shoulder and then leaps back on with you and ties it onto one of the wooden pieces of the rail. And the captain steps up and he goes, "All right, my lady, ready to ship off?"
Ready as ever.
Perfect. You two. Hello.
Oh, right. Apologies. Zoros and Shax
Indeed.
be accompanying me on my adventures for a little while.
For at
Pleasure.
least a week.
Excellent. All right. Won't be getting to sleep in my own bed for a while. Got it. All right. Captain Hanley, at your service.
Well met.
Pleasure. A pleasure.
If we may be of service in any way to help with this voyage, please let us know.
Oh, please, no offense. Sit down, shut up, stay out of my way. This is my vessel. We're good, thank you.
In that way, we will assist by staying out of the way.
Perfect.
Do you like to
Ah,
answer questions?
I have no problem with questions. And as he's talking to you, he is like walking up the small, like, it's like 5 steps.
Yes.
Like the cabin door is literally like a you have to duck to get in kind of thing.
Yep.
He steps up and he hops to the helm and just starts spinning the wheel and, oh, and Tane, let the sails out. Let's go.
Yep. I'm gonna start bombarding him with questions about like everything about the ship.
Okay. What are you asking him?
Just like positions of the crew and what each position does, like how the ship is floating and why the sails and just like all the functions and like trying to figure out pretty much how to like overall like as many questions have like pretty much how to operate the ship
Gotcha.
and like what kind of magic has created it and does like he do anything to help sustain it and a lot of that side as well.
He leads in. He goes, besides the stones on the bottom that keep it afloat, everything works exactly like a normal ship. It's my preferred. I would rather be in the water, but my lady takes to the skies, so I take to the skies as well. Um,
There's nothing fun in the water, Captain.
I disagree, my lady, but you have good reason for not agreeing with me, and that is all right. My lady is always right.
Does the ship have a name?
Of course, of course. This is the Morning Flare. Though not as large and mighty as other vessels that I have captained, important and swift and maneuverable.
Yeah, so I'll just spend a while asking him questions and whatnot as we're
Yeah.
going on our way.
He explains that Tane bounces back and forth. There are two like fin-like sails that come out the side of the ship after it has started to move that gauge maneuverability. Um, and Tane and Anzim will both take place, and you see there are row seats next to those, but it's like on like a gyro. With that, they are able to assist in intense maneuverability. I steer the main part of the ship, and they are able to adjust and help me move more swiftly with those fins there, catch better winds. It's not always necessary, but when the weather disagrees with us or we are besieged by aerial creatures, it is good to be able to maneuver about.
See.
And with that, you start to sail, and the ship actually begins to lift. And Zaris, as you watch, um, there is next to the helm there is a small podium with a gemstone set in it on like another radial dais, like you saw on the egg that Tenchi stole. And he kind of cranks that to the side clockwise, and the ship ascends.
Hmm.
And he explains that this one controls the output of the magic that keeps the ship aloft. And then as he's flying, he kind of gets into it, and he explains and he points out the sails. The sails are actually black, and as they catch the wind and shift, you actually watch this like sheen of like an orangey red color like flicker through them. Is the sails actually gather power from the sun and recharge the stones that keep us aloft.
Very smart.
Yes, the sun is a brilliant source of arcane energy. In a pinch, we can do it as well below deck, but that comes with its own risks, and we tend to avoid it unless emergencies require it.
How long have you been crewing vessels?
Oh, Lord. Going on... nigh on 2 decades, I believe. Captain for more than half of that.
Why are you working for Jim?
Master Whitecrest instructed me to, so I go where the lady demands.
Fair. So,
Yes.
yeah. Eventually, I'll kind of like just take in the sights and the breeze and whatnot.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything aboard this ship?
I take my normal seat and sit back, relax, pull out a book, and start jotting things down in it.
Yes. Jem sits in what looks like a reading nook at the back top of the ship, about 5 feet behind the captain.
Nice.
Jax.
Shax would like to test the structural integrity of the bowsprit.
Nice.
Don't break my ship! Damn it!
Please elaborate.
Shax will. He's supposed to be out of the way, so he's damn well gonna be out of the way. He walks to the bow, and making sure that the ship appears to be in like very good shape, right? Like it's not like this is some like
Pristine.
poorly maintained. Yeah. So seeing that it is in impeccable condition, he will walk over. How big is the bowsprit? Like, is it like? It seems like a fairly small ship, but I assume it still has like
What is the bowsprit? For people that don't know, 'cause I don't know.
the pointy thing that comes off the bow that the masts attached to in front.
Oh, okay.
Any line that needs to go forward usually goes to the bowsprit.
So this one is not very long, though, due to necessity. It's thick, but you've seen ships before, and this seems not as thick as it should be based on the size. But you can attest that to, you think, the fact that this is alive, it seems, so the wood is stronger. So it's only about 2 feet out and roughly that big around.
Okay. He'll give it like a good like heave to see if it bends or anything, or if he hears any groaning out of it. But if he thinks that it is like a sturdy thing, he will like both legs over one side, just kind of like squishy himself onto it and just like sit up at the front, basically off of the vessel, like off of the deck kind of thing. He is out of the way. He's not gonna like go to the end of the bowsprit. He's gonna like stay like at the base of it. But it's just like he's out of the way.
As you press on it, it definitely has give, much like a living tree branch.
Okay.
But it feels strong. It's like trying to climb a tree and you like, oh yeah, that's gonna hold me. And so you clamber out and you just hear, oi, my lady, I think your friend's going to jump.
Looking out from my book, just look over that way. Does it look like he's gonna jump, or does it look like he's just like hanging off of it?
He has tested it. He like both legs over, and he's just like sitting like this, just like legs over one side and just like looking like this, like forward of the ship. Like still like left hand back on the railing kind of thing.
I will immediately look to Zaros. You'll still come with me if he falls off, yes?
He's not going to fall.
Just in general.
Yeah, I will be coming. You had me at the ruins anyways. It sounds very interesting. But Shax is a very literal person. You told him to stay out of the way. He is as far out of the way as he can be without killing himself.
Oh.
Shax!
You see him just like, huh?
Come here, love.
Very well.
And he gets up and
You almost have to treat him like a lost puppy dog.
which is exactly what like a researcher wants to hear. That's exactly what you want in your expedition.
Yeah. Yeah.
He walks up to the helmet.
Is there anything I can do for you?
Sit. And I point to an extra seat.
Very well.
Is that better, Captain? Is your nerves dealt with?
Yes, my lady, thank you, thank you. I don't like people jumping ship. It's messy.
It's more paperwork on my end too. I don't like it either. Please stay.
Benefit of water.
We're above land. You
He
would
makes
go-
a good point, my lady. He really does.
We've gone over this. I don't like water. And you just see like heat radiate off of her for a second and then dim back down.
That seems bad for the boat.
Yes. Of course, my lady. Of course. Of course. Right. Right. No water.
I'm just gonna like lean over to the captain. So have you ever pissed her off so much that she like erupts and the boat catches on fire?
Oh, oh gosh!
You
would a spray
you
bottle work on you like it
visibly
would on a
watch
cat?
him bite his tongue.
I'm like, this is going to be fun.
Do I hear that?
Hold on, Shax. What did you say?
Oh, this is just me thinking. Would a spray bottle work on him or work on her like it would on a cat? Bat.
Stop it!
I feel like that would get her so mad that the heat would radiate off so much that the water wouldn't make it. It would immediately become steam.
And Zaros, were you trying to be stealthy with that whisper to the captain?
Oh yeah, totally.
All right. Give me a stealth check with that.
Okay. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Unnatural 20.
Gem, you do not. Surprisingly.
Surprisingly, do not hear that.
I
Okay.
rolled a
I am-
natural 18 with that. Oh no, 17. Sorry.
I am back in my book.
All right.
Yeah, then I'm gonna go sit down and start studying some more as well. So.
Okay. Okay. So you're all able to do that, and it's a beautiful sunny day, and Captain Hanley goes, I think we should reach the city by nightfall at the latest. Actually, we're making good time. Weather is definitely on our side.
Splendid, Captain. That's why I like you.
I am so grateful to hear that, my lady.
Your
Always.
predecessors were not so lucky.
I could not imagine.
Goes back to
And
the book.
turns back and continues to sail on. A little bit of time passes, and say, Gem, with your passive perception, you and with your insight, you see the captain suddenly shift a little oddly, and takes out his eyeglass and looks forward, and you can see, just by like the way he's holding himself, he is tensed suddenly.
Book immediately closes. Captain?
Milady, I may advise that you and your companions possibly take shelter below deck or in my quarters.
Shax's snoring stops.
Shelter from what?
And Hanley points forward, and you see all around you is crystal clear, but suddenly in front of you there's a storm cloud. And then he shouts, "Fuck, too late, hold tight!" And all of a sudden, like, it just encroached on you. And you are suddenly being buffeted by extremely large hail.
Ow.
And
Well,
I am going.
Not out for me so much.
I need everybody to make dexterity saving throws, please.
The sound of it pinging off of Shax's armor must be amazing.
Natural
Big con
20.
saves against being deafened too.
Sorry, what was the? You said deck save?
Deck save.
Got a natural 20 for a total of 23.
Damn.
No, I got a 5.
Ooh.
Damn.
14.
Ooh.
Okay, Gem and Shax take 13 bludgeoning damage, and Zaros takes 6. As you are just buffeted by this just like, these are like baseball-sized pieces of hail that's just smashing into you in the ship. And you just hear Hanley start shouting orders out to Tane and Anzim. Maneuver! Maneuver! Come on! We need to move out of this! Quickly! And then as fast as it started, it stops. Worse, it was freezing just a second ago. Suddenly it's comfortable. But then warm. And then hot. And the black clouds around you turn into just a swirling white mist. And I need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw.
Do I know what this is?
Make an Arcana check.
14.
Oh, that was a really bad roll.
Arcana. Oh fuck. Dirty 20 for the Arcana.
Okay.
And then the what was it? A con save?
Yes.
$17 for the con.
And Shax, what did you get?
8.
8. And Zaros?
14.
You all take 1 point of exhaustion.
Shit.
As the intense heat just overwhelms you.
Is D&D Beyond
Do I
track
get-
exhaustion anywhere?
Yeah, it's
I
under
don't know.
conditions. It's under conditions at the very bottom.
Okay. Do I still have that issue being resistant to fire?
Yes. And it's strange, Jim. You have felt heat and flame. You yourself have never felt hot until just now.
Interesting.
And on that note, with the Arcana check, there is something strongly magical in nature about what is happening. But so are a lot of things in the Fae. You've never
Yeah.
seen anything quite like this. Something's off, but you're not sure what.
Okay. I immediately run over to the side of the ship, look down. Do I see like a group of casters? Do I see a being down below causing this inclement weather? Like anything like that?
Roll a perception check, and as you're doing that, the heat gives way to suddenly just comfortable weather. And the
We have disadvantage in all ability checks because of the exhaustion, by the way.
Oh yeah,
Dope.
that's right.
Then,
Wait,
dope,
are
then
you-
it's just a straight roll.
Are you taking a? Is it a skill check?
It's
are you
just
doing?
it's just a perception check.
Cool. I am going to do a new thing I have. Flash of Genius. When myself or another creature within 30 feet makes an ability or a saving throw, I can add my intelligence modifier, so it's a +4 on top of your roll.
Dope.
That's
Okay.
cool.
So that's a dirty 20 now.
Okay. As you
Thank
look
you.
over the edge of the ship, it's just forest stretched out beneath you. And you don't see any casters or any being, but you do see like rapid wind flying over the trees, but in multiple directions, just shifting back and forth. And as that happens, the heat dissipates, and the swirling white mist that is encompassing you breaks up and shifts away, and there is a lull of soft clouds around you now that have a hue of pink, and you just get the strong sense and smell of the forest all around you. And I need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
What the fuck is this shit?
I'm bad at those.
I know.
Wisdom at...
It doesn't matter though for you.
Oh, that was an
No, it's
20.
not on saving throws. It's on. We only have disadvantage on ability checks.
Oh, that is right.
Oh,
I
okay.
apologize.
That's an 20 then.
Perfect.
Wisdom.
It was 11 on the die, but it's an 18. Or 19, sorry, it's a 19.
Okay.
I am gonna add my flash of genius to my rule.
How many times a day can you do that?
4 times.
That's dose
That's
right
2.
there.
It's 2
Yeah,
birds.
it's 2 right there. So that was a 15. Now it's a 19.
Okay. So that was an 18, a 19, and a 19. Is that what I heard?
19,
19.
and I thought
And I think
Shaq's-
Shaq's got an 18.
18.
No, natural 20.
No, he got a
I'm
natural
stupid.
20.
Natural.
Yeah.
So it's
So
natural.
technically 19 because minus 1,
So,
but yeah.
all 19.
But,
Well, as this just pleasant smell and just this comfort surrounds you, you feel just some type of force enter your mind and try to convince you to close your eyes. But you're all 3 of you are able to shake it off. In fact, Shax, it's almost just like a buzz in your ear. You have felt this before and it has never worked on you. Magic cannot put you to sleep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the members of the crew were not so lucky, as Hanley, Tane, and Anzim all collapse.
Nice. Can I spend my action to create my protector drone? And I'm gonna have it buff out. Oh, I'm gonna go towards like the center of the ship when I create it, so that it should hit mostly everybody because it's a 15-foot radius.
That'll get everybody.
Yeah. So let me give everybody some temp HP. Where is it? I'll just roll. So 12 temp HP.
Perfect. Everybody gets 12 temp HP. Jem, something that concerns you. Anzim's an automaton.
yeah.
And you watch as they just power down and slump over out of the seat that they were working on the starboard side with the maneuvering fin.
Greater restoration on the captain.
Immediately, Hanley wakes up. Son of a bitch, what the... Why am I on
Your
the
crew-
floor?
Your crewmates are asleep. Tell them what to do. Need to get out of here.
Tell them what to... Nothing! They can't help me! And he takes the helm and starts to spin the wheel rapidly, searching for clearer skies. He looks over and he turns the dial counterclockwise, and you start to plummet down, and you fall out of this cloud. And just as you breach out of the bottom of it, it vanishes.
All right then.
What in the hell was that? My lady, what have you gotten us into this time?
This one's not me. I was hoping you knew what that was.
I've never seen anything like it. Told you, water is better. I know what's in the water.
Water is not better! Calms down. Conversation for another time.
It just keeps coming up. I swear.
Walk down the couple steps. Go over to the crew, the deckhand. Just shake him awake. Try to shake him awake.
She got you.
I'll do the same thing with the other one.
Excellent. Make sure you knock off that greater restoration.
Oh, I did. Yep.
As you try to shake them awake, they are not waking up.
Smack.
I mean, roll me an attack. At advantage, because they are asleep.
And incapacitated.
Miss, please.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
It's an unarmed strike. What is? Oh, okay. My unarmed strikes are plus. Oh, so 14, 18. I hope 18 hits the deckhand.
That hits.
If it doesn't, I'm scared what his actual profession is.
That hits.
Not wearing armor, that dexterity is just insane.
Right.
So go ahead and roll me. Or no, it's just your strength modifier. So, what's your strength?
Oh fuck. Technically, I hit. It does 0 damage. Though.
I mean, it's a
basically do damage with melee hits.
No, it's got to be a minimum of 1.
yeah.
No, it's actually 0.
No, I mean like when you physically hit somebody, it does 1.
Yeah.
Okay, because on D&D Beyond, it literally says 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have 0, but it would be 1 damage.
No, I think it's actually 0 because I have a -1 for my strength. So I think it's a base 1, and I have a -1 to my strength. So I think it's actually a 0.
Then I'm just gonna say you smack Tane clean across the face, and his head just kind of lolls to the side, still asleep.
If I may be of assistance,
You're probably more apt to deal with this than I am.
Shax would like to do a medicine check to start with.
Sure, go for it.
It's going to be a disadvantage, but he's going to at least try. That's a 10.
Okay. He's asleep.
Okay. Then yeah. Gonna smack him.
Go for it.
Wow. I rolled 2 6s. But that is a 13 total then.
Wow.
You miss?
He missed.
Amazing.
How do I even? You hit him, but head just lolls the other side and just still asleep. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just
You
looking
can't.
at it. Captain, I think he's dead.
I'm fairly certain he's just asleep. But I'm not sure there's much hope for waking him up. Do you have another one of those special spell thingies you did for your captain?
I did it for the captain because we were gonna fall out of the sky. Can you survive without a deckhand for a little bit?
I can pilot the ship without one, my lady, of course. If we get into any trouble and need to maneuver, that is a different story.
This always wakes people up, and what is it? Produce flame in my hands. But I don't feel like that's the good thing to do here.
My lady,
No.
with all
indeed.
due respect, if you burn my deckhand, I will shoot you.
That's the proper response. Thank you, Captain. At
Perhaps we
least
just
I know
let
your
them sleep it
heart's in
off.
the right place. Sorry, what?
Perhaps we just let them sleep it off.
I don't like leaving the captain alone to pilot the ship that usually requires 3 people, but, you know,
Well,
I
we
will leave it
still
up to you, and
have-
I'll look over to the captain.
It's your ship. I'm sure you know some about it, and Zaros is intelligent enough to pick things up quickly, and I can observe.
I don't do manual labor.
You would rather die. Understood.
No, I can get myself out of here if I need to, but I could
Shax,
probably take most of you with me.
if you would
pick
be so
one.
kind to carry my deckhand and Anzim below deck, there are 2 cots that they can sleep in, or hammocks, but
Gladly.
you'll have to duck your head. You're a big fella.
I gathered that.
And he looks at the I believe you mentioned it was a very small door that people would have to duck out
Well,
of
no,
the way.
that-
That's
the
into the
captain's
captain's quarters. There's a small hatch that
Okay.
leads below deck.
Okay.
I'll light the way. Letting him open it because I don't think I have the physical strength to even open the lower hatch. I'll produce flame in my hand and kind of go down and light the space.
Shax,
keep
you
it-
notice
I'll keep it
Hanley
low.
cringe as she lights the flame.
Yeah.
As
I'll
you
hold them both down, put them down to sleep.
So you step down, there's like a little like 3-rung ladder essentially, and as you step in, there the deck below, like standing, the deck of the ship is up to your belly button. It is like a crawl space.
Well, it's not quite that low.
It
It's-
is very low because there's
si-
also storage.
Well, no, I know. The depth of the ship, I think, is roughly 6 feet. So the depth of the ship.
And then
So,
you have
then you
thick
add-
boards and thick boards.
Yeah, so you do lose a fair amount, but maybe not.
Shax is also like 6.5 feet tall.
It's low.
I'm 6 foot.
You
two.
have
Yeah,
to. Dump.
you can't bow your head. You have to hunch and duck to get down here.
It's a wee ship.
Doing my best not to just clunk these two guys into everything.
Yes. But yeah, there's just
Hey, bud.
a set of supports, and between them is hung 2 hammocks, and you're able to place them both and then walk back up on deck.
Time out.
Yeah. Can we break?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a short break, everybody.
We'll be back.
And we back, I think. Make sure that's spiking. We're good. Everybody's good. And
Test.
test. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. So, you have just brought Tane and Anzim below deck and placed them in their respective hammocks, and you've returned back to the deck, and Hanley is just kind of, what the fuck, and just steering one-handed.
As Shax goes back up, I want to look at the automaton, and just kind of like examine him, because yeah, he's an automaton, and put him to sleep. So, I just want to kind of maybe Arcana check him out. See
Yeah, roll me an Arcana.
Just want to figure out if he is in fact dreaming of Electric Sheep.
Know me so well.
Nice.
That's a. I love being this character. That is a 3 on the die, but that is an 11.
No. Sorry, this isn't that important.
No, it's not that important. And also, you're still on top deck. You're not with me.
Yeah, I'm not with you at all.
So, as you're looking at Anzim, you've seen them shut down before, and this seems like the standard they've shut down.
Okay.
Not picking up anything weird.
Okay.
I will say though, actually, with your fucking passive perception,
I see things.
yeah, as you get up, like lift off your knee and get ready to walk away, you notice something in like the ball joint of Enzim's arm and shoulder, the mechanical socket
Connection,
that is
yeah.
there. You catch the hint of something pink and green.
I'll take a closer look.
You see a small vine and a flower sprouting out of their shoulder.
I'll note that. Does it look like it's like if I take a closer look, does it look like it's like feeding its way in, or like grew on top?
It looks like it's coming out of the joint.
Ooh.
All right. I'll leave that be for him. I'm gonna leave that be until he wakes up. But I'll clock that.
Okay.
And you know what? No. Curiosity's gonna kill me. I'm gonna pick the flower,
Okay.
and I'm gonna take that with me.
Okay.
So putting that in my bag.
Sure.
I'll analyze that later.
All right. And you head back above deck.
Shax, if you wouldn't mind, and I point towards the trap door that I cannot lift.
Of course.
Thank you.
Shaq swings it shut. And Hanley is just steering the ship. You know. Anybody doing anything?
I
Yeah, I
think
would
Shax
ask
is
if-
accepted the.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would ask if he needs help, but I'm just gonna tell me no.
I think Shax has accepted that he's at the his fate is in the hands of the captain and this person that they just met, considering that they are however many feet above the ground as they are right now. So
About 150 feet or so. You're flying over the
Yeah.
top of like solid trees.
so
And we
Yeah,
were
no.
higher because we went down out of the
Yeah,
cloud.
at your highest moment, you were probably at about 200, 220 or so feet. The skiff is fast, but it cannot go as high as the larger ships.
yeah, Shax just is accepting the fact that his life is in the hands of people that he doesn't know, and yeah, sitting down and back to meditating because it's the most that he can do right now.
Okay. Zaros
Where's
or Jem?
Where's Jem at?
Jem's curious as hell now about what the heck that was. So she is looking around, scanning the horizon, trying to find anything flying around, anything that's notably off. Because she's done this journey, I don't know how many times, but just checking around, seeing what she could see.
I'm gonna go stand by Jim, and I'll just kind of be like, "So, Jim, tell me a little bit about yourself. You have acquired our help for this investigation of these ruins, but I would like to know more about you, at least."
What would you like to know? I could go on for a while here.
Well,
talking to myself.
what kind of researcher are you?
Let me preface this. Do I have to speak in small words like the other one, or can I?
Oh, not at all. I am quite an intellect myself, and
Fantastic.
I I'll kind of just I'll pull out my rifle and I'm gonna lay it like across my hands, and I'm gonna like flash my hand across it, and it's gonna start to like glow all the runes that I've etched inside of the actual rifle itself.
Would I
I
would I recognize this, having working with the Grommy brothers, that he is an artificer?
Um, yeah, and I mean, just your arcane knowledge, you can read arcane script, so
Yeah.
you see the like arcane blessings of accuracy and durability and just all there is impressive magic etched into this weapon.
I'll immediately start looking it over and like absent-mindedly, like he's talking to me. I'm not hearing it anymore. I'm literally reading off runes, like hushed breath, but like thinking I'm doing it in my head, but partially doing it just saying it, but like low, and just starting reading off the individual runes that he has littered across this thing.
Um, and I would say, as you read through it, you notice and you understand incantation,
Yeah.
like the true forms of magic, wizardry,
Yeah.
and the spoken or written word is the art that wizards have.
Yeah.
And your magic, though a little more intuitive, you understand the rigor of it. And what catches your attention is Zaros's script in the words that it would be. It, things like "let my bullet fly true," things like that. You are used to very elegant and almost poetic verse in spellcraft.
Yeah.
Zaros's is short, analytical, to the point. Bullet, fly straight, things like that. Frame, don't break.
Right.
It is cut down, powerful, and efficient.
Interesting. So you Why didn't you stay with the Crumley brothers? I'm just curious. Looking at what you've done here, you've taken long form spells, shrank them, and empowered them in some way, and then inscrawled them on your firearm.
well, this was all mostly self-taught research, things I had to do on my own, and well, the Grumley brothers and their old wisdom did guide me in many of my own ways. I have a different path I wish to see myself on. I consider this just the beginning of my journey.
Interesting. Wait, you spoke with Nolan, didn't you? I thought I saw you over by his table at one point.
I did.
What did he say?
He was intrigued.
No one's always intrigued.
Yes. As one like us is. But I had a certain field I wished to study in that he did not have much knowledge.
I doubt that, but sure.
Oh. I slightly agree, but at the same time, what I wish to do isn't. It's slightly a new realm that doesn't have lots of study, especially because the Red Guard has gotten rid of so much.
Well, yeah, your world's fucked, but like that's what we're trying to fix here.
And so I am trying to learn about Dunamancy.
How much do I know about Dunamancy? It's not my school, but
Roll me Arcana or History.
Arcana.
Yeah.
Is it a 6 or a 9? It's a 6. So, what is that? 13?
Gene, you know that it affects the forces of gravity, and somehow through that correlation, also time.
Okay.
Though you are more than certain that you have seen Nolan use Dunamancy spells to a adept extent before.
Yeah. Yeah. Before I go any further with that, why Dunamancy specifically? It's a very specific spellcraft.
It is. I believe the main reason I thought about it is there is lots that has happened in my world. Um, and while learning some of the what I would consider more basic levels of magic might be very useful, evocation, enchantment, conjuration, I think it's slightly too simple for what I wish to do, of just not literally turning back time, but helping put back the plane and how it should have been, and maybe repairing why the material plane has been cut from everything else. And I
Interesting.
believe that Dunamancy is, and at least the spells and whatnot I can learn, can assist me in attempting to fix.
You do understand the dangers behind large scale Dunamancy time fuckery, right?
Absolutely, I do.
All right, I'm just making sure. Some idiots usually come by and say, "Hey, I want to go back and fix this fuck up I had like years
No,
ago."
I,
It's like that's not how this works.
I don't plan on reversing time, but more attempting to repair the damage that was done.
Sure, that's possible in that school. You can try. Um, all right. And you're more than meets the eye, and I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing yet. We'll see how you develop. Um, what about him? And I just point to Shax, who is snoring in his helmet.
I love Shax so much.
He
I love Shax. It's so good.
he is probably the greatest warrior I have ever seen in my life. I know that the
Get
Grumley
fucked, attention.
brothers have their squads, but when it comes to in just a base warrior and their technique and anything, I can think of no better than Shax. I
I'd agree to disagree on that one.
I have not seen the squadrons in action is all. I imagine that
It's a
many
sight
of
to behold.
I imagine many of them, but at the same time, I feel that, oh, and I know that they are very magically enhanced in many ways, weapons, armor. Shax is a very base level brutality.
Not to, how do I say this? Not to be that girl, but my brother could kill 5 of him if I had to guess, just looking him up and down. I could be wrong, but yeah.
Milady, there is a difference between power And a skill.
And
Thank
you also have to think
I-
that Shax is powerful in his own way, but he does have weaknesses. And I am the same way. I am not a very strong individual, which is partially why I enjoy actually traveling with Shax, because he makes up what I am very awful at.
Having someone to lift heavy things is always nice, and I gesture towards the captain. Like, he's not facing us, so I'm just kind of
Yeah,
like,
no, he's hasn't even looked back. He was just, you guys are being secretive, so he was just listening
Yeah.
in.
And I feel that Shax and I also share a very similar goal.
well,
He,
we're here to save the world from what I've been told, and that's kind of what we do here, or working towards it, at least.
yes, but at the same time, I feel it's more personal for Shax and I than most anyone else, besides maybe the Grumbling brothers.
Poor boy. You understand that people fled from the material plane here, left their lives, left everything they knew.
No,
I feel like they value getting
I
back there.
I agree, but no one had to live through it all like Shax did. He was the one that made sure they all made it through, made sure that the portal was hidden, and he stayed behind in enemy lines
Oh, I
to
mean not to
live.
I mean not to discredit what both of you have gone through. It's more just an understanding that
Oh, yes, others are absolutely invested.
yes, hence the armada that we just left behind us to go deal with it. But enough on sore subjects and hot topics.
Well, that is what they're there for, debates. But
Oh, I love that, but not amongst people I'm going to work with in a short period of time. I tend to piss them
you are a fiery one.
off. Puns. Isn't that cute? You see this, and then as we're talking, you see this little nose just peek out, sniff, and then hide back behind.
Um, so at this time, it's gotten into later afternoon. A couple of hours have gone by since the cloud incident, and the hatch from the to the below deck opens up, and Tane pulls themselves up onto the deck rather sluggishly. Yes. What happened?
You know, that is a good question. We're not quite sure.
But we're sure you're gonna be fine. Don't worry about it.
And as if on cue, Tane begins to cough. And cough badly. And then, quite suddenly, collapse again onto the deck. Though not sleeping, this time seizing.
Shax wakes up pretty quickly.
If you have another greater restoration, I would use it now.
I do. This seems more pressing. It's the last time I can do this. I go over one last greater restoration.
Okay. As you lay this spell into Tane, the coughing slowly subsides. And they stop seizing. And just lay still on the deck, just drawing in breath. And that's when you notice on the deck around their mouth, down their chin, in their hand, small pink spores.
Well, fuck?
Can I try to identify what this is?
Give me an investigation check.
Yeah, I'm gonna have no idea.
Or a nature check.
Okay. I'm gonna go with nature.
Okay.
14.
14. There's something about this that is just tugging at a piece of your mind. You've read something in a book somewhere. Pink flowers, coughing, sleep. Your mind is pulled towards a book you've read about Spriggans. But that's all you can remember. It's just giving you some kind of...
Yep. Shax, could you head down below deck and check on the third member of this crew, please?
On it.
And he'll, with haste, pull open the door, crouch downstairs, and fetch. The automaton is the one that hasn't come up, right?
Correct.
What is he looking like when I get there?
Shax, do you have dark vision?
Yeah, I'm an elf.
Yeah.
Okay. In the dull grayscale world around you as you enter into the lower hold, you see the hammock to the right, swaying gently as the ship moves. What looks like a wall overtaken by ivy, with flowers blooming at multiple different places, and just through all this encompassing plant life, you can see the form of Anzim.
Okay. Is it like actively growing? Can I like watch it grow kind of thing?
If you take a few moments and stare, yes. Not exceedingly fast, like it's essentially just encompassed his their hammock and them, and it doesn't seem like it's like sprouting off like the spike spell or anything like that.
I'll take a hand axe, and I will chop one of the vines like towards the end of it just to see if it gets a reaction out of the automaton.
Nothing happens.
Okay. Hoping that means that cutting vines will not do physical damage. He will, before he starts hacking away, head back, crouch his way back up to the hatch, peek up, and say,
It's about as bad as you thought it would be. Would you like to try to dispel this, or shall I?
And he holds up his hand axe.
I have some things I could try.
By all means.
Preferably not fire.
That's kind of what I do.
Please don't burn down my ship, milady.
I will not burn the ship. It's my ship! Why would I burn my ship?
You watch him, like, you can hear him roll his eyes when you say it's my ship.
Well, you figure out what it is that you want to come up with. I'm going to go work on freeing him at least.
If you could at least get him up here and remove anything growing down there. Right, get it up here, throw it over the side.
Understood. I will probably need a hand getting all of that out, but yes, I will work on it. I'll work on it for now. There's not much room.
We'll
There's
try
not
to
much room
help.
down there.
Okay.
Let me go take care of this first.
And I wanted to test it with the hand axe to have a bit more control over it, but I'll be using the greatsword for most of the heavy lifting for this.
Yeah.
I'm not like swinging it wildly, but like using that. This is magic. I'm going to use a magic weapon to try to take it down.
Okay. Just give me a general athletics check.
I will help you.
At
Do you-
disadvantage.
No, you can do it straight roll because he's giving you help.
Okay.
That or
that
you can
is-
both make disadvantage rolls.
Yeah.
Do you want to make
No.
Do you want to take my 22?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna let you do it anyways.
Alright. Quick order. You pull out the sword and with your expert skill, slice through these vines and get down to just Ansem. And as you look, they are lying still, and out of the joints of the shoulder, and some of the metal has bent up on the chest, and vines have grown out of it, and some is actually coming out of the mouth of the creature, and just kind of encompassing them. But those are the only three, or well, there's like two on the chest, like the 4 exits that you see this has come from.
All right then. Yeah, I will kind of scoot, or if there's enough from scoot, Zaros to the side, bring the body up, put it above deck, and just look at Jem.
Let us know if you need anything. We'll go work on the rest.
I will
And-
see what I can do. You brought him up, right?
Yeah, and just lay him down on the deck, like right next to the hatch. And yeah, I will go try to pick every last bit as much as we can out of the hold.
Yeah, with the 22, easy. Quick work, you were able to scatter it over the side with the help of Zaros.
God help anything down there.
Yeah. Question, DM. The
Yes.
the automaton,
Yes.
is it sentient?
It is very intelligent. It's like talking to Siri or Alexa. It is smart. It learns,
Right.
but it is not a sentient being. It learns to accommodate you. Targeted ads, you know?
Yep.
It's
Can I heal it with healing magic? Do I know if that would function on him? If that would work?
I would say that you like restoration and things like that you don't know, but you know like healing hands and cure wounds has never, in the handful of times where you've encountered combat with aerial predators or the like, Anzim is hardy, has always been hardy, does not sustain much damage, but you have never been able to magically mend. You've been able to use mending. Or do you know mending? I don't know.
I do not know magic.
You have seen the like do things like that. You typically take him for service. In fact, Hanley typically maintenances.
Maintains.
There you go. Maintains them.
So what I wanted to try to do, because I don't know if this is gonna work.
I mean, you could also have Zaros look at him. Zaros is a little bit. This is like going from a calculator to a PC, but like
Yeah.
he is familiar with tinkering with things.
Yeah, I am. I'll take a look at him, see if I could understand.
I have an idea. I can run it by you, but I feel like you should look at it first. See if you can figure out a way of dealing with this. Mine's a bit more violent.
I will take a look at him, see if there's any way you can try to help fix him at least.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Investigation 18.
Okay.
With disadvantage.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. With disadvantage.
Sorry. I'm just trying to be honest with it.
Thank you.
Haha! Still 18.
All right.
I rolled a 9 and a 10. Actually, oh, sorry. So then it'd be 17.
17. Okay, 17 is still great. So as you're looking over Anzim, he reminds you they remind you very much of Arthur. less of the flawless, like almost fluid, smooth skin, but still the bronze coppery color. More like it's clear that this one's a robot. Like if you put clothes on him, you'd still probably be able to tell. Very squared chest, just there's no definition to him. It's just a shape. It's mechanical. But as you're examining them, you notice that there are vines still starting to creep out of the small breaks in the chest plate. But as you look to the back, you realize that right between their shoulder blades is an access panel. This is a machine.
Yep.
You're able to pop the access panel open, and inside the chest cavity, it's clocks and gears and something you've seen a handful of times in Melvin's shop, an arcane battery. It's just this small, glowing, bright white sphere with just bronze and brass fittings and runes etched all around it. And there are pink spores coating the inside of the chest cavity, and the vines are growing out of them.
Well, I found the problem.
You know.
Though,
Does you know these kind of things? I point to the glowy bit. Does that react to heat well or no?
I imagine not. It is. Yeah,
You
it
know.
will blow
You
up.
know.
Yeah. I was just trying to think of an easy way to say it.
All right, my plan would not work then.
That's pretty much his heart as well.
I get that. I assumed that mechanical, made of metal, maybe I could heat it, burn away the stuff that's on the inside. But if there's things on the inside that won't react well to the flames, then it probably wouldn't work well.
I would say.
Could I localize heat metal and not have it contact?
With a high enough Arcana check, it would be a high DC, because this is like the innermost piece that connects to everything.
Yeah.
I'd say I'd let you be able to do that. Or someone can attempt to temporarily remove the power source.
That's what I was kind of thinking.
Also would be a pretty high DC, but
What do you feel more comfortable with? Do you feel comfortable with being able to remove the power core without killing us all? Or should I just try to heat everything but the power core and not kill us all?
I think removing the power core might be a little bit easier in that way. Because if you heat it just slightly incorrectly, we all die. Or if we remove the power core and it slightly goes wrong, then just he dies. Which, still is not a good thing. But, yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. Fantastic. You work on that. I'm going to check on the other one, still probably passed out, lying on the ground.
okay. As you check on Tane, they are now breathing normally and just resting. From seeing what you're seeing in Anzim, you can glean that these spores had essentially done this inside Tane's lungs.
Yeah.
Shax, come here. I need you to assist me, and please only do what I say. This is a very delicate procedure.
I'm going to
It's
cast
blue
a
wire.
I'm going to cast a first level
Cut the
cure
blue wire.
wounds on him.
Okay.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Cut the blue wire. It's always the blue wire.
Okay.
There is a blue wire.
All right, so I'm going to, with Shaq's assistance, attempt to remove his core.
Okay. With this, Shax, I'm gonna need to know how Shax is assisting in this.
He's holding the flashlight.
12 for the healing. Just so you.
Dope.
What is required to remove this?
Yeah. That's a good question.
You don't know.
Well, I mean, looking at
I,
it, is it
I,
like is it plugged in? Is it a HDMI connector that is connecting the this thing to the person?
It is a bright white and bronze sphere that is set into a metal plate at the very center, and everything seems like through wires and hoses and different connectors are connected to this plate where it sits.
Okay. Um. So it is like wedged slash welded, firmly attached. Um. Let's see.
You should have a pry bar in your adventurers pack.
You know.
God.
Fuck around and find out. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we'll need some way to like detach it so it can come out.
While they figure this out, after I cure wounds on him, I'm gonna go check on the captain and make sure that he doesn't have any kind of spores still on him.
Okay.
If I follow his instructions, can I be the one that removes it? Because I might have the strength to actually remove it with my bare hands.
Yeah.
And that would actually give me the finger dexterity of feeling what I'm doing rather than doing it with a tool.
So that's what I was kind of thinking. Like
Yeah.
I would,
Yeah, I
I
like
would
that.
be talking him through everything to do, and he literally just does it.
Okay.
And like I will just be not brute forcing it, but I'll be providing the strength while he can maneuver around and do whatever needs to be done around it.
All
He's
right.
gonna be ratatouilleing this. He's got one hand on each horn and just shifting around.
So,
Yes.
the
There's only
way
one horn,
this
so
will
it makes it
work,
difficult.
Horn and a
is
nub.
both of you can either make intelligence checks at disadvantage, or one of you can make a intelligence check with a straight roll.
I think I'll take the intelligence check with a straight roll.
It's a flat roll for me, so yeah, that would
Yeah,
not
it's a
go well for me.
+4 for me, so I'll take it.
Good luck, good luck. Don't kill this poor automaton.
Okay. It's a 14 plus a 4
18.
with Flash of Genius.
With Flash of Genius. Okay. So that's your third Flash of Genius for the day.
Yes, this is my third one for the day.
This is
22.
a very busy boat ride.
Yes. So with that, Shax, you reach your hand in, and Zaros is like literally has like his hands on your bicep and is like guiding your hand. He goes,
Those big muscles.
"That's right."
Just standing behind you, molding clay.
Basically, that's exactly what's happening. You know, just dirty boys, dirty boys. Hanley's like, it's not that kind of ship. Come on. But no. With Zaros guiding you, you are able to reach your hand in and find purchase. And Zaros, you are confident that he is situated in the spot that will do the job.
Okay. All right, now pull it out very slowly. And then I need you to hold it.
What does it feel like touching and holding this thing?
As your fingers grasp around it, it is warm to the touch because you would have had to take your gauntlet off because it wouldn't have fit
I'm
in here
barehanding this.
otherwise.
Yeah,
It is
I wanted the dexterity to feel what
warm.
I'm doing too.
Very, very warm. Not painfully. It's like putting your hands on like a not brand new but fresh cup of cocoa. Like it's the, oh, yeah, that's nice. And there's just a slight vibration to it.
Okay.
Like a
Okay.
like a slow, drawn out heartbeat.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah,
So
I pry this out of its station, and yeah, like this is I'm picturing this like the operation game, just like trying not to touch like my hands to the sides or anything like that.
As you pull, it does not come loose.
Okay.
Zaros.
It simply does, like, it is welded in place kind of thing. Like, I cannot
You-
pry this thing loose.
Nope. You just pull and there's just the slightest amount of give, but it doesn't unclick.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Zaros, in your brain you go, this is a machine. Oh.
It's a button.
And counterclockwise twist, and it
Ah,
pops out.
nice.
And you're able
Cool.
to operation it out, no red nose here.
All right. Now
Amazing.
hold that. Jem, I need you to come now and burn everything out the inside, please.
One sec. I just go into the captain, just like uncomfortably looking them over, like pulling like sections of clothes up, just like looking, checking for spores, things like that, without even saying anything.
Orifice check.
Not that deep. Not that deep. More just like, do I find roots, flowers, spores, just on him?
Thrown out of his ass.
Hanley pays you essentially no mind until you go towards the bandolier across his chest, which he immediately releases the wheel, and you feel the ship list, and he smacks your hand, and then takes it again.
Excuse me, I am just trying to make sure that you're not going to die on us.
Permission, my lady. Use tact.
I am sorry.
And consent.
I apologize.
Consent is
I'm just making sure that what's growing out of them doesn't grow out of you.
I appreciate that. I think I'm
How
alright.
do you feel?
I feel perfect.
All right. If that changes, tell me immediately. I cannot pilot this thing.
The correct answer is with your fingers.
Of course, my lady, of course. Please, see to Ansem. All is well here.
Fantastic. I'll make my way down. Maybe not leave it on the wooden deck to do this. Is there something we could put him on?
Nothing on the ship, no.
How do we do this? I need him not on the wood. Can either of you help with that?
I have a
Um,
sleeping bag. Wait,
That's
No, your automaton thing that you like tossed out and made everybody feel good for a minute.
Oh, my drone?
Can it hold it up?
Probably not.
Can we rest it on top of it?
Maybe.
Yeah.
In its
Um,
largest size, maybe.
Shax will take the heart and hand it to Zaros.
Well, actually, no, I have a decent idea. I will hold them because I am resistant to fire.
So am I, but this is still gonna hurt.
Then you can heal me afterwards.
It's your hands. I cast after he picks it up. I cast heat metal.
Alright, first and foremost, this is a large
True.
metal automaton,
Yeah,
so you'll have to make a strength check.
Okay, I'll try.
Kinda why I was gonna pass
I got a
that heart.
14.
14. You give him a heave, and
Yeah,
you get your arms under, but you cannot lift them off the deck. This is a few 100 pounds.
That's why Shax did it.
I'll just walk over to Shax and I'll take the heart.
This is going to hurt. Are you sure?
Right?
I
Hold
mean,
on. I might have something for this.
Magic
Please.
bitches.
Enlighten us.
also I feel like I have some barrier between me and the metal that's being heated, so
Yeah, I'd probably just make a con save.
I am going to cast Absorb Elements on you.
ooh, I like that.
So you are resistant to the triggering damage which I choose. So I will choose fire.
Okay.
I like that. Do I need to strength check to pick the automaton up? What can I lift?
You can lift a lot.
Yeah.
I can lift a lot.
Yeah. Just what is your
My carrying capacity is 270 pounds.
Yeah.
make a strength check just for shits and giggles. For you, it's gonna be a much lower DC.
All right. It is at disadvantage though. Athletics or just strength?
Just strength. Yeah, just strength.
At disadvantage, that is 13.
Yeah. You are able to give it a heft. For you, it was just a 10 because your carrying capacity is essentially the weight of this thing.
Yeah.
It only weighs about 300 pounds. You're able to heave up Ansem, and they are not light. You're holding in like a standing position, arms out, 300 pounds. This is not easy for you. You will not be able to hold this for long.
Nope.
All right.
Do what you need.
I cast heat metal.
Okay.
Technically, he's holding the metal, so that technically does the damage the way the spell's written.
Nope, it's fine. So I'm going to need you to roll an Arcana check at disadvantage to make sure you do not overheat and damage the intricate parts of Ansem's interior workings.
Okay, Arcana with
Disadvantage. Because all your abilities are at disadvantage right now.
Yeah.
Exhaustion's fun. Welcome to the
Hey,
6
that's
encounter
good.
day, boys.
That's still okay. I got a 12 and a 15 on the die, and my Arcana is a +7. So
18.
19 at the lowest.
18. 12 plus 6. Or did you say 7?
7.
7. So yeah,
Arcana
you're
7.
fuck me, dude. Yeah, without issue. It grows very, very hot, and the spores burn away. But Shax, again, it's gonna be a low DC based on how well that Arcana check went. I need a Constitution saving throw from you,
I'm okay with those.
and it's not a disadvantage because it's a save.
Oh, okay.
Tidge,
Can
baby,
re-roll that
Tidge.
then,
Yeah.
because that was a natural 1 on that. So. Oh yeah. Okay. So thank you for that, making that not at a disadvantage, because instead that's 19.
There you go, without issue. It gets warm, but you've been hotter fighting under the sun.
I put my gloves back on for this. I expect it to
Yeah.
be a cooking experience.
Yeah, and able to lower the soon cooled Ansem's body back to the deck.
Awesome.
Shall we reinstall his heart?
That's up to both of you.
Yes, we should. Thankfully, reinstalling it should be slightly easier.
Do we need to make a check for that, or knowing how this
Nah,
all works?
it's fine. Clicks back in.
Okay, I got an 18.
Solid no matter what. And after like 10 seconds, the lights come back on in Ansem's eyes. Just nods their head. They don't speak. And Jem, you know that. Ansem does not
Yeah.
speak.
Was that a success?
Yeah, no, he seems to be functioning.
I believe so.
He
Phenomenal.
stands up and goes and takes their seat at the starboard maneuvering fin.
Captain, you have at least one of your helping hands back. That one's still sleeping. Feel like he deserves it. But, your ship.
Thank you, milady. Yeah, Tang can sleep it out on the deck. He'll be fine. We are actually almost to our destination. And with all the commotion, Hanley still needed to pilot the ship. Can't just stop an airship. It's a little bit different. You can't just anchor up here. And as you look up from all the busy work you've been doing, very fast approaching on the skyline are the 3 gleaming alabaster towers of the Alabasta City, Gothriathil.
Yeah, that's elvish.
Yes, very.
Dope.
About an hour more, my lady, and we will be home.
Fantastic. I am terribly sorry that this went so south so quickly. Hopefully the next journey will be smoother.
The next journey, we're traveling to a volcano, my lady. It's not
Yes,
going to go smoother.
It might.
Well,
Sure.
the traveling maybe, not the destination.
No, the destination's a volcano.
I
D-
Never mind.
Don't mind. You see? You see. Yes, you get it.
I don't know what the fuss is, but yeah.
Nothing at all, my lady. It is always a pleasure and an honor to serve you.
Just passive insight. Just
Oh, you know
straight
he's full of shit, but
sarcasm.
he is
Yeah,
always full of shit when
Full
he
of
says
shit.
it.
Yeah, no, I know.
The hour quickly passes by, and the skiff sails and lowers down, and you've now grown close to Guthriathil, the Alabaster City. And the gleaming towers, they took up all your attention. You saw them from the moment you entered the Feywild. But as you get closer and see green spread everywhere, you realize that this is a city built into the forest. There are tall, towering buildings that are attached, growing out of trees, part of trees, made of trees. Stone buildings with foliage growing out of every aspect of them. And now that you're close, you can see this different cut of the landscape that has clearly been shaped by mortal hands. And off to your north, in the direction of Star Mountain, which you can see from here in the great distance, there is canopies, cloth, and wooden buildings, towered, scaffolded, and just mashed together in a mishmash of different architectures just outside of what is a distinctive edge of this city where the forest regains its natural composure. And the ship drifts down as Hanley counterclockwise turns the dial to his right, and you enter a small meadow, probably a quarter mile in every direction, with carts littered about, a handful of small skiffs just like this, tied up to raised, what seems to be out of trees, essentially like the airport stairways up into the planes, but it is just made from trees. And you float down to one, and Hanley locks the wheel in place and then runs, because he's down a crew member, and jumps out of the morning flare with the rope and starts tying it up. And Ansem, quick, bring down the sails. Come on, come on. And Ansem gets to work and starts furling in the sails. With that, Hanley bows you. Milady, I welcome you to the Alabasta City.
Thank you very much, Captain. Get some rest.
Yes, first thing in the morning, I assume? Or mid-afternoon?
Mid-afternoon, I'd like to sleep in a little bit. Plenty to do, places to go, but we now have a heading, and the people to get what we need to get done there. Yes. You know what I mean.
Yes, yes. Excellent, excellent. I'd
Sleeping
suggest
a
an
little bit.
inn, but I'm sure you know one. Leave your parents be. Just a friendly suggestion. It's late.
Mother's still probably up
If she's in town.
if she's in town.
But I bid you a good night, milady.
You as well. Make sure, pointing over to onto the deck, that one stays alive.
Of course. I think I'll probably take him to a healer just to be sure.
I gave him some healing, but yes, that would be best.
Perfect. And he hops back onto the ship, and Zaros and Shax, as you follow, he kind of just grabs your shoulder real quick. Zaros goes, do be careful.
Hey, we will do our best. Is the city dangerous?
No, your companion is.
Oh, that's much I have gathered.
And he then moves to you and goes, Lord Shax, welcome home. It is an honor
you,
to
sir.
have brought you here.
It was an interesting ride. I'm glad to have had your skill.
A master captain! Forever at your service.
And Jax gives him a short bow back.
And you hear him, Anzim, come on, pick up Tane. We need to head into the Oak Forge district. Come. And with that, you are all able to head off. Where y'all going? Jem, where are you going?
Where are we going? We need supplies.
It's late.
Right. it is late.
Evening.
Right. Can't get everything done when I want it done. I don't like that about the city. An inn. Moderate inn.
Okay.
Nothing too fancy.
Nothing too fancy, he says. Let's see.
I don't know. Jem kind of feels like the fancy kind of person.
Yeah. You could head to well, there's 5 districts in the city that you know of. The Barrow, which is just kind of town.
Yep.
You know, there's an inn there. The Oak Forge is where your parents live. It is the wealthy district.
Yep.
Further and closer, it kind of cloisters around the Alabaster Towers. Raven Orchard is where you went to school. It is kind of the side of town where businesses, schooling, academies, libraries, that is that side of town. Then there is
I want to go to a place where those two don't look out of place.
they don't
Like,
look
I
out of
get-
place anywhere here.
Not because of who they are or what they are, but of their economic standing. I don't want to go to the ritzy district because no one's wearing silk. You get what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand.
I'm wearing nice heavy armor. Come on.
I'm wearing my black and red suit.
Are you actually wearing the suit?
Yeah, he did wear that.
I'm
Oh, he
wearing
is
it.
wearing the suit.
And
Right.
Shax has
Actually, then yeah.
gleaming armor.
You know what? Then we'll go home for a bit.
You're gonna go see your
Guys,
parents?
No, I'm not gonna see the parents. I'll catch them before.
You're
I
gonna
leave.
take these boys home to mom and dad?
No, God, no, that's not happening. They're not ready for mom. No, we'll go the lower priced end of a place to stay in the Oak District.
Okay. So you head in towards the city, so you're heading further west as you come from the east. So you head westward in towards the center of the city. And it's getting later at night, but there's still life in the air. There's cobbled streets that are just encompassed with trees everywhere. There are fruit trees and brush, and it is quite literally like somebody stepped into a forest and laid road in the natural gaps among the trees. Like
It curves, it lines.
Exactly. There's no straight roads or straight walls here. The only thing that, and you saw it from the sky, noticing the difference from this place and the rest of the forest, is where the stone mixed into all this stopped. But about 15 minutes or so go by. And you enter the Oak Forge District.
Oak Forge.
And there's just this sweet scent of sage just floating through the air. And here the buildings are a little more noticeable. It is homes and buildings crafted of smooth stone or polished wood. You see a handful of trees that actually have doorways carved into them, and you can, as you're looking, there's windows with lights that go all the way up lengths of 75-foot tall trees that are 20 feet wide. This is Shax. This is home. And Zaros, this is nothing you've ever seen before.
Yeah. Most impressive city I've ever seen.
Welcome to my hometown neighborhood. What have you?
A bit fancier than the forest I grew up in.
One would hope. There's a lot of money here.
Less dirty than the city I grew up in.
Same statement.
Jesus. Alright. Give me a second. Alright. That's not the one I want. Sorry, looking for the right thing. Okay, there it is. So.
Oop.
Oop, there it is. Oop, there. Jesus. Oh my god. Click the right thing, god damn it.
Oh my god.
You head into the Oak Forge district, and you know this area, and you head towards the Gimbal, a cloister of 5 trees that grow in a tight circle, and each tree has an entrance carved into the center. As you step into a warmly lit inn that is carved from the inside of this tree. And you know that stairways lead up and scaffolding and walkways and just outside rooms and balconies literally inside, which on the ground level is actually a small garden planted here between this ring of trees. And the innkeeper, Gimbal, is a black-skinned tiefling with snow white hair and black horns, wearing a evening dress, a nice scarlet red, with a shawl draped over her shoulders. She looks, "Oh, Gem dear, welcome back to the city. I've not seen you in so long."
They keep me busy over at Whitecrest. Rooms for the night. Have any vacancies?
I believe I have 5 rooms available.
I will have my own. I don't know what you two plan to do.
Deals.
I'll
Yeah, clearly
take
shrugs.
my own room, please.
3
As
rooms, I
will
guess,
I.
then.
Alright. That'll be 3 gold, please. 1 per room.
Yeah, pay up.
As you go to reach for your coin purses, they are not present.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Something got past my
24. Yeah.
son of a bitch.
Natural 19 on the die. Uh-huh.
All right.
That was what my smirk was, because I was really praying it was going to roll high enough to get past you.
My dear, White Crest will pay for that, along with food.
Sweetie, I'm sorry, but Nolan is a bit too flighty. I cannot trust him to pay his debts.
What if I promised that you will get the money? I promise.
Give me
I
a
will
persuasion
deal-
check.
I will deal with Nolan. Persuasion.
Uh-huh.
Zero modifier. Natural 20. I'm not
Okay.
even joking. I was
Okay.
expecting that to go so south.
I was
'cause
too.
She has nothing in charisma.
Amazing.
Nice.
Jinx. With that, she'll go. Only because I love your father so much. He's such a wonderful man. And fine. Here, and she reaches under the desk and pulls out 3 silver keys. Northwest tree, 3rd floor.
Thank you very much, my dear.
Mm-hmm. You owe me. I will be
Don't
charging
I
you
know it?
interest, dear.
That's fine by me. Take the keys.
Son of a bitch.
Did
I
we
will-
all get robbed?
I will lead them out towards the other tree. As we exit, like out the door where she can't see me, it's just heat, just radiating off of me. Like I am ahead of them, so they can't see my face, but it's just you see the ripples in the air coming off me entirely.
Well, looks like we got robbed.
It seems to be that way.
I didn't have much money to begin with, but this is a setback.
I didn't have much on me at the time.
I had everything that I own.
Pretty much the same.
I turned back to both of them. Do either of you remember who was close enough to all 3 of us to get that to happen?
Can we recollect anybody who's not close enough for that?
Roll me. I will say at this point, roll me active perception checks. At
Are these for
disadvantage,
disadvantage?
you're still
Yeah.
exhausted.
Okay, yeah, so a 12.
There has to be a yin and yang to
Aww. Another wasted freaking nat 20.
I'm sorry.
this. There had to be a yin and yang to this.
Natural
Same
1.
die, natural 1.
Amazing.
Fucking hate it.
Alright.
You got a
so
free room, but you can't figure out where your money is.
Zaros got a 12. Gem got a natural 1. Shax?
9.
9. I would say, Zaros, you did notice you're here at the centermost of the city, and as you went through, I didn't go into super deep description. I was just trying to get you there because we're getting late in the night. But the district seemed to be in a ring, and the closer to the center, the better it gets. So when you first entered, you were in Sonal's Horn, and it is essentially like the slums of the city. It's farm homes, there's pig pens, it's just poor farmland. Not poor, but it's just farmland. People squat here. It's the edge of the actual forest and the city. And then as you enter past that, the ground actually dips down a bit and then lifts back up in like a divot that encompasses the entire city, which had then gained the name the Bowl. And still a poor district. This is residential warehouses, the things like that, a few small shops, and though poor, this is a wonderful area. It is always full of kids and bake shops, so the fresh smell of bread and baked goods always floats there. It was pleasant as you walked through, and as you recall, didn't a group of kids bump into you guys?
Darn children.
Goddamn whippersnappers.
That's the only time you could think that you had physical contact of any kind with any people on the way into the city.
No, it's the children who must be wrong.
Well, I do remember some children walking in between all of us, but that's the only thing I can think of.
Time to kill every child in the city. Understood.
Yep, got it.
No.
Anakin Skywalker style.
Mission acquired.
Yeah, Anakin Skywalker lightsaber turns on. Did you say younglings?
Well, I guess we're gonna have to find that in the morning because it's late. We
Yeah,
are gonna be there.
I had somewhat of like just over 1,000 gold on me.
Fantastic. You had your life savings on you, and
You had 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I had like 150 platinum. Plus
1,000 gold.
Shax literally had like 50 gold on him.
Jesus.
yeah, I had 148 platinum, 150 gold, and some other spare
Were
change.
we using you as the bank, or
I don't remember. I just
Did I
would've
do
cut
No,
my-
Shax,
he
like,
raw-
gaining any?
When
Oh,
when
that's
your
right.
father's crypt, you gave all your fucking money to Praedyth.
Yeah,
Oh right,
you
yeah. All the money that I would have gained, I gave to Praedyth instead. Right.
Yeah.
Like, why do I not have any of that? Because that's
I was
right.
like,
That makes sense.
yeah, that's really the only money we've really gotten.
well, great. We'll find that in the morning, unless you want to go out in the middle of the night searching the city for children. I don't think that goes well here. Never
That sounds
tried.
like a bad idea.
Or you can risk letting a day go by before you attempt to track them down.
Either way, it's not great.
Can you imagine being just some pickpocket kid who opens up a coin pouch and finds 100 platinum? Kid is ecstatic.
The choice is yours. You can risk letting a day go by, or you can attempt to find them at night.
Well-
we can. Do you remember where they were?
They were in the bowl.
How long did it take for us to get from the bowl to here?
About a half hour. Traversing the whole city probably took you 45 minutes. It's a
30 minutes.
it's a big city in a straight line.
We're 30 minutes from where we were potentially robbed. 30 minutes away. We're an hour away. They might still be in the area. We can try to get your money back. You have more money than I had on me. I'll leave it up to you.
We probably should. It is a lot of money, and the more time goes by, the less chance we find them, even though we are tired.
Going back.
Okay. You all trek back and are about to begin your search for these young thieves. And at that time, we're not quite going to pick up next time. We are going to pan across planes of existence. Tenchi.
All right.
Caleb claps you on the shoulder at the entrance to Rahim's cave. Yes. You're a brave man. Do be careful.
Thank you very much, but I appreciate your concern. That'll be fine. I promise. I will get it where it needs to be.
We're counting on you.
I
Good luck. And he turns and sits cross-legged at the mouth of the cave.
gotta go.
Okay. As you step through the portal, reality once again wrapping and warping and morphing all around you, and that just ever-present scent of nature and life and goodness leaves. I need you to roll me a d20.
No, you gave me a 1. I'm not rolling you.
I mean, it also gave you a 20.
It did. Also.
16.
16. Okay. You step through, and you're in the dark till you remember that you are behind Rahim's mirror. You push. He spins around in his chair and looks at you and goes, "You were quick. Good
I
work.
am efficient.
Let's hope so. Come, I'll walk you out."
Any way you can get me to where I normally pop back into existence after a bad day. With the
That
package. Obviously.
You have it with you.
Do.
May I see it?
Don't do anything tricky.
I have nothing to gain from that.
Alright. You get to deal with the people on the other side if you do anything wrong with this. Pull out the egg. Hold it in my hand.
He takes it. He turns it over a few times. And he hands it back.
Put it back
I
in the
am confident that your normal reaction would be marred by this object. I
Can't
would not
quite get
suggest
there.
it.
It was worth a try. It's never that easy, is it?
Unfortunately, not for us.
Alright, let's get out of here. And I'll make my way.
And he guides you back through all the different trial rooms. And as he does, he just waves his hand. And the rooms are normal. Doorways slide open. You notice that the tiled room, you just walk straight across.
Yeah. Does he realize that the puzzle cube's not there anymore because I put it in my pocket?
You don't see him take notice.
Okay.
Guides you back to the entry chamber with the 4 doorways with statues. He walks up and steps on the plate and places his hands on the rods, and the lightning arcs through him, and he seems entirely unfazed and lets it go. Steps back. I wish you well, little flea.
If all goes as planned, I will never have to see your scary ass again.
When I smell your final death come, I will be returning for that. And he points at your belt.
That's fine. I don't really care. When my final death comes, I'm at peace.
You deserve it.
Don't
Good
know
luck.
if that's a compliment or not coming from you. I'll take the luck.
And you exit through the door. And Arthur is still in the exact same position you left him in.
Amazing.
He looks up and he goes, well, faster than expected. It's been only about a month.
Excuse me. I've been gone a day.
No, I'm quite certain. It's been a month.
Ruh-roh.
All right. Anything earth-shattering happened while I was gone?
Fires to the south. Fighting to the east. The Redguard grow bold.
Even bolder than normal.
Something about a Commander Swift.
Great.
He has raised quite a lot of hell. A subordinate of his took down an ally of ours.
I heard.
Yes. We did not think he would fall.
Neither did we.
Well, hopefully all will be well. You have returned.
I have. I must be heading out. Get this where it needs to be.
Yes, please, I will escort you.
Thank you.
And he guides you through, and as you step out of the cave, it is nighttime. And you notice that the moon is one phase behind when you left. So just about a month has passed. And
Fuck!
Arthur guides you to the end of the village, to the pass where the drawbridge and gate are. And the Goliath, Goro, who had brought you in, is there, just kind of sitting cross-legged with two polar bears just laying beside him, paws folded.
That's a vibe.
Ah, you return, but where are the others? Where are Shax?
They are where they are needed. I have a task. They have theirs.
Right. Well, I wish I could go with you, but I have a duty here. There's been fires to the south. If you see my brother, tell him to come home.
I will.
Good luck. And he steps up and works the massive chain that is part of the pulley system that lowers the drawbridge. You step out. And with that, I need you to make a survival check.
Survival. Oh, wrong character sheet. Survival. 18.
Okay. You make your way quickly and confidently through the forest, finding the river path that led you in, and make your way out. A stealth check.
Uh, 16.
16. Okay.
It's lower on the die, but higher modifier.
Yes. With a 16, you make your way to the outskirts of Waterdeep, to the nearly abandoned farmhouse. Stone wall overgrown with vines, creaky rusted iron gate. You pass through, confident in your silence. You enter the home. Walk up the stairs, into the study, with the painting on the wall of the study.
I step through.
As you attempt to step through, a hand takes hold of the back of your neck. Well, not Shax, but you'll do.
Oh, great.
And does an 18 hit?
Yes. I don't think I have anything else that I can do. Yeah, no, I've got nothing. I got nothing I can do.
Okay. So as those words fall upon your ears, you look down as you feel a burning sensation to see a large broadsword extruding from your chest from behind. And
How did he know?
I need a wisdom saving throw from you, please.
How did he know about my house?
Hit the button.
Gosh.
So, natural 20 minus 1.
Okay.
However you want to run that.
The edges of your vision start to go black, which is strange.
Yeah.
You have died before, and there's always red. There's always fire and the heat for you. This blacking out of your vision is unfamiliar and strange. It feels like this magic is pulling at your very soul, but it doesn't take hold. And the sword is removed, and you are pushed forward onto the ground. And as you turn, you look up into the face of Vincent Swift.
Yeah.
Make an athletics or an acrobatics check to see if you escape this.
I will do athletics.
Okay.
Has to work. We need the war. Oh shit! Threw the die. Hold up. Athletics. That is a 19. With my +5.
Okay. Nice. 3 weeks later, you find yourself haggard, but stumbling through the streets of Baldur's Gate into the entrance of the Telltide Tavern. And looking up as the bell rings at the door is the grizzled, scarred, friendly face of Xander Grief. Well, hello.
Do I have the egg?
You do.
Hallelujah.
I need to see him. I have the package. Oh, it hurts.
Well, it's good to see you. Glad you're here. Right this way. And he leads you over to the fine liquor cabinet, reaches in and lifts the bottle, and the cabinet shifts, and you make your way down the stone hallway that ends in the spiral staircase, down into the demon's sanctum.
As we go down the spiral staircase, the mask goes. The like original mask goes on.
Perfect. As you enter, the place is deserted. No bartenders, no patrons, no music. Lights on, and sitting at the table where you left him last, Nathaniel Greywood sits.
Walk up to the table, saying absolutely nothing. I get to the table, place the bag down. Now give me what you promised.
Well, darling, I am so glad to see you. And you've succeeded. Where is my darling Zaros?
He is where he is needed.
He is needed here. I need him with me. I depend upon the boy.
I spelled that wrong. He is where he wants to be.
All right. Well, I guess I can let his money sit and collect interest until he returns. I'm going to be mighty cross with him for not coming back to me, though. But, yes. And he claps his hands. And on the dark wood ruined table, a small, medium-sized black chest appears. He waves his hand and the lid flips open. And inside is 75,000 gold worth in platinum pieces. A fortune to give you any life you wish. Are you ready for the rest?
I look behind me. Do I see anything?
Empty room. Just the two of you. Xander didn't even follow you in.
Who are you?
The demon.
But who are you, really?
More than you could ever hope to understand, darling. But a promise is a promise. A deal is a deal. Once struck must be kept. There's no two ways about that.
Can I roll, and I know I'm not going to get anything out of this, can I roll an insight check on him to see if there's anything hanky there.
Go for it.
Nah, don't notice anything.
No? What'd you get?
I got a 3 on the die, and my insight is the -1, so 2.
Yep.
Damn. Yeah, just for shits and giggles. Yeah, even with
He
a
would literally have
garbage
to roll a natural 1.
Yeah, no. He's an odd fellow, but not getting anything more sinister off him, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah. He knew about me. What's his face knew where my painting was.
Mhm.
Somebody ratted me out somewhere. Fine.
Alright, darling. If you're ready. Though, I must say, war is on the horizon. You are a warrior of incredible caliber. People could use you.
Which people?
The innocent ones.
Which is who to you?
There's no question about who is innocent. There may be questions of who is right and who is wrong. But those who are attacked and can do nothing about it are always the innocent.
How did the commander know of my painting?
The commander knows many things he should not.
For all I know, you ratted me out.
Of course I did.
Thought so. Turn back and look behind me. Is the commander standing behind me?
Nope. Still an empty room.
Why are you working with the Red Guard?
I'm working with Vincent, dear. There's a difference. I'm also working with Osiris. And Nolan. And Valden. And you. I work with whoever I must, whoever I wish.
Shameless opportunist.
You see so little.
I think I see exactly what is there. There may be more layers, complications. But regardless, you make a deal with anyone who steps through that door.
I have standards. I make deals only with those I wish.
Only those you can gain from, right?
No, oftentimes I gain nothing.
I don't doubt that.
Doubt me all you wish. But, as I said, deal's a deal. Once struck, must be kept. I can give you your reward now. Or, if this war and the lives of innocents compels you, I can give you something else to tide you over.
No. Finish this deal. I'm sick and tired of the wars of man. Everyone feeling they're right. Everyone feeling that their goals and ideals mean more than the person beside them. I wish for my peace.
A shame. You will not find peace, but I will give you what you wish. And he stands rapidly and is, in an instant, has closed the distance around the table and is almost against you. Remove your mask.
Slowly remove the mask. Tie it to the waist.
Prepare yourself, darling. This is going to hurt.
I've died more times than I know.
Mm.
Just do it.
And he reaches his hand forward, and as the fingers come out and curl around where the full length of the horn would be if you ever let it grow would exist, you feel a burning, searing pain split the side of your head, and as his fingers close, they grasp around the fully grown horn, black and gnarled and jagged. He grips. His grip tightens. And it snaps. And as you raise your hand to where you have cut that horn off so many countless times in your incredibly long life, there is only smooth skin, no wound, no horn. Smooth skin and the hair on your head.
He keeps his composure. A single tear goes down his cheek. Not for the pain that he felt, but for the relief that it's gone.
Do you wish to keep this, darling? A memento.
Why not? I can bury it with my sword.
Sure. And he hands you the horn. And I see something in you, Tenchi dear. No longer Baba Yaga. Or maybe you can be one last time. A parting gift. And he reaches forward again and just boops you on the forehead, like he has done before and pissed you off that time.
Mm-hmm.
But as he does, it's like a gong rings in your head. An explosive sound. And you are a human. You are a human that through a curse has lived for 5 centuries. The memories of your first life have faded to fragments and broken pieces. Your mind was not meant to live this long. You are not an elf, you are not a mage, there's no magic keeping you together, because it was not meant to. This was supposed to be torture.
Yeah.
Can remember just enough of your wife and your daughter for it to torment you, but not be able to fully grasp them, like trying to hold a dream in your hands. And it has been agonizing for centuries. As a lifetime happens and then fades from your memory. And as the demon's hand leaves from your brow, your mind grows sharp and focused. And you remember everything. Every moment of 500 years of existence. You recollect the day you were born. You know your birthday. You remember your father's name, the sound of his voice. You remember the touch of your wife's skin and her whispering, "I love you." And you remember being called Dad. Every moment grows in sharp and clear focus. Your mind is healed and whole for the first time since your first death.
Tenchi probably doesn't keep his composure at this point, remembering all of this. He stays standing, he stays brave face, but the tears just come. He's not sobbing, but they are just flowing from his face.
course, darling. And he turns and begins to walk away from you towards a door on the other side of the small horseshoe bar behind his table. And remember, because I know you've learned, until this war of man, as you call it, is over, even in your death, you will not see them again. And he exits through the door. And that
Take my leave.
is where we'll pick up next time. Thank you, everybody. That was a great time.
Yeah.
Woo!
Who rocked the party that rocked the body? We rock the party for the dearly departed, for the broken hearted, for the closed coffin, for the cold darkness that we're so lost in. It's funny what music will do. My feet stuck to the floor like super glue.